Chapter 660. The black carriage passed by the intersection of Dongchuan. Fan Xian had just pulled back his gaze from his bookstore and medical shop. Turning his head, he saw the ancient, overflowing doors of the Imperial College. The Imperial College was a rather sparsely built group of buildings. There were no buildings such as yamen or halls facing the street, and there were no tall courtyard walls. Even the main gate had never been closed. The green trees inside poked out, and the sounds of reading could be heard everywhere. It was full of the quiet and peaceful atmosphere of Confucianism, just as the Bureau of Military Affairs had once been called the Ministry of Military Affairs. The old Ministry of Military Affairs was still mixed in with the Ministry of War of the Six Ministries. The Qing Kingdom had played with a number of new policies over the past few decades, and they had changed the name of the Imperial College again and again. Tungguan Library Institute of Education. Whatever was difficult to say, the emperor had randomly changed it. However, the scholars of the world were still used to calling this area the Imperial College. Later, the official documents of the court naturally acknowledged this. The scholars selected by each province, as well as the outstanding children pushed out by the manners of the nobility in Jingdo, were all gathered in this group of buildings to study classics, history, and the ways of governance. This was the highest school in the Qing Kingdom, so the teachers they invited were also the best of the best. For example, Sir Pan Ling, who had already become a master calligrapher in the palace, and Sung Wenxiang, the teacher of He Zhongwei, a scholar of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. A few years ago, Xu the scholar had also been a professor at the Imperial College. Now the number one Chinese official in the court, Hu the scholar, also often came to the Imperial College to teach these scholars. With so many arrogant teachers, in addition to the special status of the Imperial College, the students inside already had a very good future. So the students of the Imperial College could not help but be arrogant. Normal government offices did not want to interact with the Imperial College, and the Qing Kingdom's slightly more liberal style of learning made it even more difficult for normal officials to casually go in. They were very afraid of being interrogated by these students, and then fleeing in a sorry state. However, Fan Xian had never had such worries. His relationship with the students of the Imperial College had always been good. Particularly after the 4th year of the Qing calendar, he held a position in the Imperial College, and served as the assistant of the nominal head of the Imperial College. Later, Fan Xian's talent shocked the world, and he dragged a carriage full of Master Zhuang's books from northern Qi back to the Imperial College. His position in the Imperial College became incomparably high, and he was deeply respected by the students. The carriage quietly stopped at the gate of the Imperial College. An official had already come to receive them. Fan Xian got off the carriage and raised his head to look at the large door he hadn't seen in half a year. He smiled. This simple and unadorned door had actually been built later. It had forcefully rubbed in a bit of antiquity. Spending so much silver was actually because the Qing Kingdom always had a deep sense of inferiority when it came to learning, particularly in certain corners related to history. The sky suddenly began to rain. Although it was not heavy, the scattered raindrops fell on the dark wooden door of the Imperial College, making it particularly eye-catching. The mottled spots gradually became a blur, and the stone slabs on the ground were about to accumulate water. An official from the Qinian unit silently took out a robe from the carriage and wanted to help him put it on. Fan Xian shook his head. Although he liked to wear black robes and bring his closest subordinates in a triangular formation and move out like a ghost in Jingdo's quiet autumn night, he didn't want to appear too special and startle the hot-blooded and pure students. Mu Feng held up an umbrella and sent him through the gates of the Imperial College. It was already afternoon. The sun had already moved west. Now, it was covered by clouds and swept away by the dark rain. The light became even dimmer. The spacious courtyard was filled with a sense of seclusion. Walking forward under the green trees, he didn't see a single person. It was extremely empty and quiet. Thousands of Imperial College students were still in class. As a professor, Fan Xian counted clearly. However, he furrowed his brows and thought, why did the sound of reading stop so uniformly? Like a swarm of bees suddenly moving together, or like a mountain wind pouring into a narrow natural stone kettle. A buzzing sound suddenly rang out in the quiet courtyard of the Imperial College. The sound grew closer and louder. It was the sound of countless people talking and laughing mixed together. Class ended. Hundreds of young scholars walked out of the various courtyards of the Imperial College at the same time and walked to the wide path in the center. They were densely packed and squeezed together. A wave of fresh energy immediately filled the entire space. Some of the young people had forgotten to bring umbrellas. They cried out loudly and jumped on the wet stone pavement. Breaking through the layers of rain, they ran toward their own dorms. Most of the students were calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos. With calm smiles, they opened the umbrellas beside them. For a moment, the entire courtyard was filled with countless umbrellas of all different colors. However, there were no bright colors. Most of them were light green and gray. Thus, Fan Xian, who originally didn't want to stand out, became a strange plant in the sea of pale umbrellas because of the large black umbrella above his head. He immediately attracted everyone's attention. Sir Fan Jr. Teacher. Sir. The students surrounded him in pleasant surprise and bowed to Fan Xian. Most of the students had only seen his appearance from a distance. Some had been fortunate enough to have followed him to edit Master Zhuang's classics and history books, so they shouted with particular strength. Fortunately, there was no congestion. These students probably knew that Fan Xian was busy with official business in court and had recently been busy with important matters in Dongyi. Thus, they all suppressed the joy in their hearts. After bowing and greeting him, they made way for the middle path. Fan Xian smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. He then chatted a bit with familiar students and teachers before raising his head to look at the color of the sky. He didn't dare tarry any longer. Excusing himself, he walked toward the depths of Jingxi Courtyard. Behind him and the Overwatch Council officials, the students of the Imperial College still found it difficult to suppress their excitement. They whispered curiously among themselves. They were all guessing why Sir Fan Jr. had come to the Imperial College today. Would the Emperor return Sir Fan Jr. to the Imperial College just because of the Dongyi matter? Would he be allowed to continue teaching? Fan Xian closed the black umbrella and placed it by the door. A stream of cool rainwater flowed down the tip of the umbrella and wrote a large character, drenching the tall wooden doorframe. Fan Xian accepted the towel the teacher handed him and carelessly wiped his slightly wet hair. He then entered the inner room and bowed to the scholar behind the desk. With a smile, he said, "I've come to see you." The scholar took off the glasses on his nose and looked at him suspiciously for a while before recognizing him. He smiled and said, "It's rare that I don't have to stay in the corner room today. I was just thinking about some peace and quiet. Can't you give me some time to relax?" Presently, the Hall of Governmental Affairs was headed by the scholar. The emperor was after all gradually getting older. His energy was not as great as when he was in his prime. Furthermore, the emperor seemed to have thought things through and had thrown many political matters to the Hall of Governmental Affairs. He no longer had to attend to everything personally. In this way, the power of the Hall of Governmental Affairs was greater, but its affairs were incredibly busy. Using the private words of some sharp-eyed officials, the present Hall of Governmental Affairs was gradually becoming the Prime Minister's manner of the past. The power in the hands of the head scholar, the scholar, also seemed to be moving closer and closer to that of the past Lin Ruofu. Fan Xian didn't believe this. Since the emperor had, with great difficulty, pulled his father-in-law off the stage, he would not allow another Lin Ruofu to appear. However, he also knew that the scholar worked hard on political matters all day and was indeed very tired. Smiling, he went forward and bowed again. "If it wasn't serious business, I wouldn't have come to bother you." The scholar had a good relationship with him. One reason was that in the debate between the old and the new, the two of them were on the same side. Both sides admired each other's temperament, so they had formed a good personal relationship. Another reason was that during the Jingdo Rebellion, the scholar had helped Fan Xian greatly. In the end, Fan Xian had been the first to save his life. "Speak." The scholar placed the glasses on the table with a light click. After a slight pause, he sighed and said, "For you to personally go, I don't think it will be a good thing." Fan Xian smiled and looked at the glasses on the table. He didn't immediately speak of his purpose of coming. Instead he said, "Are these crystal glasses still useful?" Just like in the past, Hu the scholar had a youthful appearance that did not match his age at all. However, Fan Xian knew that there was a small problem with the eyes of this head of civil officials. 2 years ago, they had occasionally talked about it and Fan Xian had remembered it. He had the palace treasury ponder it for a long time. In the end, they had found a foreign crystal from Dongyi and made a pair of unique glasses for him. Hu the scholar had always been grateful for this matter. Day and night, he worked on government affairs and examined memorials. If his eyes were not good, it would be a big problem. However, it was hand-ground, and there was no optometry machine. Fan Xian only knew that Hu the scholar had presbyopia. He didn't know how much help it would be. Very good, Hu the scholar said with a smile. Hu the scholar smiled and said, "Fine, just based on this bespectacled boy's affection, I will do whatever you want. In any case, the little duke will not have me do anything stupid that goes against the law and goes against the edict." After these words were said, Fan Xian was speechless and almost broke into laughter. He thought that this scholar appeared righteous, but he was actually so cautious and cunning. The two of them knew that, given Fan Xian's abilities, if there was a problem he could not handle himself, it had to be a problem within the court. Hu the scholar's words were extremely cunning. Fan Xian smiled and shook his head. Just as Hu the scholar thought that it would be difficult for him to speak, and was stroking his beard to comfort himself, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, "The Jingdo magistrate, Sun Jingxiu, is a pretty good official." Hu the scholar's fingers tightened, and almost pulled out his beard. He coughed repeatedly. He truly had not expected Fan Xian to speak so directly. Concerning the position of the Jingdo magistrate, as the leader of the civil officials, he knew the cause of the current situation. However, the emperor was currently supporting He Zongwei to the position, so as a scholar, he could only maintain his silence. He glanced at Fan Xian probingly and said, "Sir Sun, was it not the duke who personally suppressed the rumors back then?" Fan Xian couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush with him. He directly sat down beside him and moved close to his ear. "I have nothing to do with his daughter, but I do want to protect Sir Sunday. This is the emperor's intention." Hu the scholar did not hold back on anything in front of him, and directly brought up the emperor. Fan Xian smiled coldly and said, "It is just that He Zongwei is dancing there in a youthful and moving manner. What does that have to do with the emperor?" Hu the scholar smiled. He knew that in front of anyone, this kid would not admit that the problem with the Jingdo government was the emperor's intention. Otherwise, he would be openly challenging the emperor. Fan Xian continued, "I only ask one thing. How exactly was Sun Jingxiu's performance these 3 years?" This, Hu the scholar gently stroked his short beard. After a moment of silence, he said, "Above average for 2 years and average for 1 year. It was nothing more than average." The Jingdo government was indeed an important position. Thus, Hu the scholar firmly remembered the performance of the 3 years and blurted it out. Fan Xian laughed coldly and said, "Don't say these blind words. The scholar knows in his heart that the position of Jingdo magistrate is not for people. If you don't offend this manner, then you offend that department. Year after year, you fail every year." Back then, Meijili was at most average. Fan Xian rubbed his wrist and said, "Sun Jingxiu had 2 years of being above average. He was already an extraordinary and capable official. Additionally, this person was not good at forming factions and cheating. For him to have such an evaluation is truly rare." Hu the scholar was silent for a moment. In the end, he could not defeat his own conscience and principles. Gently he nodded his head. He knew that the position of the Jingdo magistrate was difficult to handle. Sun Jingxiu was truly a rare subordinate. If he continued to be in charge of the Jingdo government, it would be much easier for him as a scholar to handle matters. If he is truly removed, who will replace him? Fan Xian said seriously, "I have not come today for personal feelings or to fight. I just want to ask, does the scholar want to see the Jingdo government change through another 5 magistrates in the next 3 years, and in the end, cause such a ruckus that no one will dare to come, and even play the trick of eating coal and getting sick?" Who the scholar sighed and said awkwardly, I also don't want Sir Sun to leave. However, I still don't understand why there would be rumors of this coming from the palace. He stared into Fan Xian's eyes and quietly asked, Did you and that person quarrel again? In this world, the only person who dared to quarrel with the emperor was Fan Xian. Fan Xian smiled self-mockingly and said, It has nothing to do with quarreling. You should also see clearly that the emperor is using this matter to establish his own way's might. Not to mention that Sun Jingxiu is now my man. Even if he was an idiot, I would still protect him. Earlier, you said it was not personal feelings. Now he is your man again. Who the scholar smiled bitterly and shook his head. What do you want me to do? If I appear, the emperor will certainly guess that I was asked by you. Sir, he is also a talented person. Why do you have to be angry at him? Fan Xian was silent for a long time. He then quietly said, This anger must be dealt with. In this world, if the east wind does not overwhelm the west wind, then the west wind will overwhelm the east wind. I will not give his own way a glimmer of hope, a glimmer of possibility, a sliver of luck, or a successful history. Why? Who the scholar saw the seriousness in his words and felt slightly startled. Fan Xian didn't answer this question, because it involved him doing his best to hold on to the power in his hands under the emperor's pressure, and make an announcement. He slowly stood and said, Tonight, I am going to the palace to quarrel and force the emperor not to issue an edict. Thus, the Jingdo government's problem is the pressure of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. I need you to help me resist it. Who the scholar didn't reply. It was as if he was waiting for his explanation. Fan Xian smiled slightly and said, Sun Jingxiu is a decent official. He shouldn't disappear in the senseless struggle for power. The reason is actually that simple. Without waiting for Who the scholar to speak, he faintly said, The Imperial College is a decent place. It is full of youthful energy. These students will all enter the court to become officials. As teachers, not only do we have to teach them something, we also have to use the true situation in court to help them build up some confidence. As long as an official is willing to do things, he will be safe and sound. Fan Xian stared into Who the scholar's eyes. If Sun Jingxiu collapses like this, what will you teach these students? What use will the standards in the scholar's books have? Forced into a corner by Fan Xian, Who the scholar was silent for a long time. He knew that this little duke was someone who would do what he said. If he didn't agree, he might actually use his prestige in the Imperial College to incite the students to do something. He couldn't help but sigh and say, Fine. As long as the emperor does not issue an edict, I will protect Sir Sunday. Hearing these words, Fan Xian finally smiled happily and raised his hands in a salute. Without saying anything more, he bid farewell and left. Who the scholar picked up the crystal spectacles on the table and said with a smile, Even if it's to return the favor for these spectacles, don't you think I'm returning the favor a bit too much? Fan Xian was in a good mood. At worst, I'll have the palace treasury make a few more pairs and give one to each of your young masters. Who the scholar was secretly mocked by him and laughingly scolded. What I mean is, the governor said a few days ago that when you finish with the Dongyi matter, you have to hurry back to the Imperial College to teach the students. Fan Xian smiled and replied, Even if you didn't say this, I was prepared to do it. These were sincere words. Entering the Imperial College and seeing so many young students, Fan Xian was in a good mood. It was as if he thought of his previous life when he was in school. Furthermore, he knew that these students would certainly be the pillars of the Qing kingdom in the future. If he could influence them a little ahead of time, at some point, perhaps this would be his life-saving talisman. Fan Xian bid farewell and left. Who the scholar continued to do his own things alone under the dim company of the light. After an indeterminable amount of time, before the sky had completely darkened, an official quietly walked in and said something by his ear. Who the scholar was silent for a long time. A bitter smile rose involuntarily to the corners of his lips. In a quiet voice he said, So something like this happened at the Sun Manor banquet. I really don't know what this little duke is thinking to make such a pompous fuss. It is completely unlike his usual reserved personality. The official was Who the scholar's trusted aide. There was also a puzzled expression on his face. he said with confusion. Furthermore, this matter is very strange. He clearly knows that it is the palace's intention. Yet Sir Fan Jr. is still stubbornly resisting it, and even begging teacher. For a mere Sun Jingxiu, is it worth it? It's not just Sun Jingxiu. Who the scholar sighed again, and waved his hand for the official to leave. He warned, there's no need to bring this matter up again. As long as the emperor does not issue an edict, I will protect someone for Sir Fan Jr. It should be fine. The official acknowledged in a low voice, and left after saying his goodbyes. Who the scholar's still young face changed expression under the dim light. He was thinking about Fan Xian's words earlier, and guessing at Fan Xian's true intentions. East wind and west wind? He rubbed his slightly tightened brows, and couldn't resist smiling bitterly. Sir, he probably did not have the right to be the east wind. Sir Fan Jr. was fighting the emperor. But why was he fighting? Was it because he had a grudge against the emperor's action of reducing power, and was venting it here? Who the scholar sank into deep thought. He kept feeling that this was not the case. It had already been 3 years. The emperor's reduction of the Overwatch Council's power had continued to advance. Fan Xian always took a step back before the palace took another step forward. He followed suit, and retreated without a trace of unwillingness. Why didn't Fan Xian retreat? Was he worried that if he retreated too much, he wouldn't have anything in his hands to contend with others? Other than the emperor, who did he need to contend with? Who the scholar's brows were furrowed tightly. He could not understand this matter no matter what. Suddenly, his fingers touched his wrinkles. Startled, he quickly and slowly used his fingers to spread them apart. Then, he quietly took out a small porcelain bottle from under the table. He picked out a small oily substance from the bottle, and carefully smeared it on his face. After slowly patting it, the skin on his face became smoother. The few wrinkles were not eye-catching at all. Who the scholar put the porcelain bottle into the table, and hid it well. He smiled self-mockingly. There was no need for him to think so much about the matters between the emperor and his son. It was not like they could truly turn hostile. Instead, it was his own face that made the self-mockery at the corners of who the scholar's lips grow stronger. There was even a faint sorrow. He was not young, so he paid particular attention to the care of his face. He knew that his historical mission was to become the center of the emperor's court in 100 years, so he had to not appear old. If His Majesty thought that he was already old, he would definitely have other ideas, and leave a younger minister to assist his son. Everyone had their own secrets, their own helplessness, and their own sorrow. Yesterday's chapter was liked by many people. I was pleasantly surprised. Today's chapter is one that I've liked recently. I don't have any sense of anxiety when writing it. I am very satisfied. At the beginning of the month, I summon the monthly votes to everyone. Last month, everyone has worked hard. I will continue to trouble you this month. Come vote for me. Chapter 661. 3 years ago, the entire Jingdo was hunting me down. If it weren't for the help of the Sun family, it would have been difficult for me to live until now, much less transport the Black Knights into the capital. The atmosphere in the royal study was tense. Fan Xian lowered his head slightly, and looked at the emperor on the couch in front of him. His expression was slightly heavy as he slowly said each word. From this perspective, the Sun family can be considered my savior, and a meritorious minister in quelling the rebellion. Quelling the rebellion? The emperor did not raise his head. The dim yellow light shone on his tightly bound hair. A few strands of white hair could faintly be seen reflected. He only continued Fan Xian's words and coldly said, "If I remember correctly, that was the work of the young lady of the Sun family. What does it have to do with her father?" The young lady of the Sun family was always her father's child. Fan Xian raised his head, and looked at the emperor stubbornly and calmly. The emperor put down the file in his hand, and also raised his head. He looked calmly at his son, and was silent for a long time. It was as if he wanted to see the true thoughts in the depths of his heart. A moment later he quietly said, "You came to the palace today to say this?" "Yes, Your Majesty." The emperor once again fell silent. After a long time he suddenly said, "Why? I am a person who always returns favors and grudges." The reason Fan Xian gave was simple. "I am greatly indebted to the young lady of the Sun family. If you only want to repay the favor, The emperor said mockingly. I gave Sun Pinner to you. Naturally, Sun Jingxiu's face will be bright. Why fight for this position? Fan Xian did not smile in embarrassment. His face was incomparably calm, but his heart tightened slightly. Gritting his teeth, he said through his teeth, because you promised me 3 years ago. The emperor sank into silence. 3 years ago, Fan Xian had asked him for credit. Among them was the matter of Sun Jingxiu. He slowly opened his mouth and said, what in this world never changes? The position of an official is the foundation of a country. How can it never change because of one word? Based on your words, if I promise you something, even if that person is corrupt and breaks the law in the future, I will still follow you and not touch him? Fan Xian's earlier words carried a glimmer of anger and a glimmer of unbecoming ferocity. The emperor was angered by this intention of using his achievements to ask for rewards. In an instant he calmed down. Perhaps the emperor liked Fan Xian's personality of putting everything on the table to argue. Sun Jingxiu is a capable official. Fan Xian did not take a step back. Looking at the emperor's face, he said in a clear voice, if he dares to take bribes and bend the law, I will be the first to capture him and hack him to pieces. A strange light flashed through the emperor's eyes. It was as if he had not thought that Fan Xian would care so much about this matter. He faintly thought that it was probably because the method of reducing power had come too quickly and pierced this young man's heart. The Dongyi matter was still being dealt with. The court had not truly rewarded Ji for his service, yet they were in a rush to arrange an opponent for him in court. No wonder Ji felt uncomfortable and forcefully pushed back. The emperor smiled slightly, thinking he understood Fan Xian's thoughts. He shook his head and didn't continue on the matter. A routine performance appraisal will always have to be done. The emperor lowered his head and said evenly. Since you want to repay Sun Jingxiu's kindness in the past, I will not force you to be an unjust person. However, if he is not suitable to continue in this position, I will replace him. The emperor raised his head. It seemed to be a warning and also a reminder. Even if you are the director of the Overwatch Council, you cannot interfere too much with the matters of the court. The students of the Hall of Governmental Affairs work hard on court affairs. Don't interfere too much. Fan Xian didn't say anything more. He lowered his body in a bow and left the royal study. In these last 2 sentences, the emperor had already expressed very clearly that he would not personally interfere in this matter. However, He Zhongwei would still act against Sun Jingxiu. Furthermore, he reminded Fan Xian not to make any secret moves against He Zhongwei. Otherwise, the emperor would truly be angry. After Fan Xian left, the emperor glanced helplessly at the files on the table. A faint annoyance rose in his heart. With one hand, he pushed the files away and sat alone in the royal study. No one knew what he was thinking. Everything about Ji is good. It's just that his personality is too direct and stubborn. As the emperor thought to himself, he summoned eunuch Yao in and asked him about what had happened in Jingdo. His expression gradually calmed. Hearing about the matter of the birthday banquet in Sun Manor, the emperor thought deeply for a long time. He understood why Fan Xian had jumped up like an old cat whose tail had been stepped on. An official who had just performed a great service was about to have his power reduced, and his face swept away. Perhaps anyone would feel angry, let alone Fan Xian. Perhaps this matter was a bit too rushed, the emperor thought to himself. He did not want to admit that he had overlooked something. Coldly he said to eunuch Yao, "Tell He Zhongwei to do as he pleases. As for Ji, don't worry about it for now." The emperor had not thought that Fan Xian's anger was mostly faked. He only wanted to use his anger and sadness to force the emperor's heart to be moved and unable to bear to bully him. He wanted to keep the power in his hands for a while longer. Eunuch Yao respectfully responded. Immediately after, he lowered his voice and said, "That matter has been investigated to its end." The emperor made a sound of acknowledgement. A cold light flashed through his eyes as he said, "Speak." The dispatch order from the third workshop and the order for the city guarding crossbows to leave North Min have both been obtained. However, when we finally found the transfer order from the Bureau of Military Affairs, it pointed to the Qin family. We couldn't see a shadow of that side. Eunuch Yao said in a trembling voice. The internal court had been secretly investigating the attack in the valley for the past year. The emperor had never let go of the suspicions from back then. He wholeheartedly wanted to capture that person and comfort Sir Fan Jr. To be able to do so many things without a sound, and to have his hands and feet probed into the palace treasury, was something that even the Qin family, once a member of the military, could not do. Furthermore, he did not leave behind any clues after the matter. In the entire Qin kingdom, other than the emperor himself, there were only the people of the Overwatch Council. The emperor's expression was complicated. He was a very vengeful and sensitive person. Presently, the situation under heaven could be anticipated. Although there were some small problems within the court, there was nothing that could threaten the foundation of the Li family's rule. Thus, the attack in the valley had become a thorn in his heart. Not only because someone had almost killed his son, but also because he had discovered that that person had faintly broken away from his control. Just like Fan Xian now, it seemed that he was also showing signs of breaking away from his control. As for Fan Xian, he could temporarily tolerate him because he was his own son, his most beloved son, and the son who had done the most for the Qin kingdom. As for that person had done even more for the Qin kingdom. Furthermore, the emperor still had not figured out the reason. He sat tiredly on the soft couch, as if he didn't want to continue thinking about this matter. After a long silence, he said, "The investigation of the valley ends here. In any case, they are all people who are about to die. Have you found out the person behind the two eunuchs?" Eunuch Yao's temples burned with pain. He shook his head in fear. He knew who the two eunuchs the emperor was talking about were. This was another mystery behind the fog of the Qin kingdom. At the time, under the Empress Dowager's leadership, the entire Qing royal family was moving toward the crown prince's ascension. The second prince had also temporarily maintained peace with the crown prince. Coincidentally, two eunuchs jumped out of the palace with the intention of assassinating the third prince, Li Qingping. What exactly did they want to do? Furthermore, under the circumstances at the time, the third prince's life and death had no intrinsic effect on the crown prince's ascension. On the contrary, if the third prince had died tragically in the palace, it would have been an infamy that the crown prince and the second prince could not bear. Afterward, Fan Xian had investigated carefully, but the crown prince and the second prince did not admit to it. The eldest princess did not even talk about such a small matter before her death. Fan Xian could not continue investigating. He could only think that there were too many variables in the palace at that time. He didn't know what kind of conflict had exploded to put the third prince in danger. However, the emperor did not think this way. He never let go of any of the smallest oddities. That was why he was able to accomplish such a grand undertaking. Fan Xian walked out of the royal palace in the dark and ignored the eunuchs and serving girls who bowed humbly around him. He flicked his sleeves and left with a dark expression. When it came to his attitude toward servants, Fan Xian was definitely an anomaly in the Qin kingdom. Putting aside the servants and serving girls in the Fan manor, even toward the eunuchs and serving girls in the palace, his words were always gentle. Not only was he generous, but his attitude was also very different. It was as if he never thought there was anything to hate about these abnormal people. Because of this, the people in the royal palace all had a heartfelt respect and love for this little duke. Although Eunuch Ho, who had died to the arrows of the 6th Bureau of the Overwatch Council 3 years ago, was someone the eldest princess had secretly planted, he was usually full of praise for Fan Xian. Fan Xian's unusual behavior fell into the eyes of many people. This behavior was very different from his usual behavior. These eunuchs and serving girls all felt a glimmer of strangeness. They all guessed that the little duke was probably arguing with the emperor in the royal study again. Walking out of the dark and secluded palace gate, Fan Xian stood on the square in front of the royal palace. He didn't turn his head to look at the palace gate. Instead, he spread his arms and let out a loud cry. It was as if he wanted to vent all the depression in his chest with this cry. His voice echoed through the silent and empty square. It crashed against the red wall of the royal palace, and then turned back. It lingered for a long time without stopping. The guards inside the palace gate, the imperial soldiers outside, and the eunuchs who were about to drop the key all turned their gazes toward him. They were all startled by this voice. If it had been a normal person yelling like this at the palace gate, the imperial soldiers would probably have long rushed forward and given him a good beating. Then, they would be sent to the celestial prison to wait for the fall beheading for the crime of disturbing the palace. However, no one dared to move even after Fan Xian's random yell. There wasn't even a verbal reminder. Even if this person had gone crazy, if he was Fan Xian, then everyone would only beautify it as the madness of a poet and turn a blind eye to it. The person on duty at the palace gate was the commander of the imperial army, Gong Dian. He was the first official Fan Xian had seen after entering the capital. The two of them could be considered to be familiar. Hearing this cry, Gong Dian ran out from the duty room and hurried over. Dragging him back, he said, "What's wrong with you?" Fan Xian tidied the sleeves on his arm and smiled coldly. "I'm really about to go crazy." Although he said this, his expression had already calmed a great deal. Earlier, he indeed had some anger that needed to be vented. After enduring in this world until now, in front of everyone, Fan Xian no longer needed to hide anything or go against his nature. Other than the emperor, acting in front of the emperor was indeed very stressful. Furthermore, his emotions were very complicated. Looking at the emperor's thin and tired face, for some reason, Fan Xian thought of the portrait in the little building and the story from many years ago. A wave of blood and fire gathered in Fan Xian's eyes. He found it difficult to bear the feeling of being torn apart by these mixed feelings. Even though he was yelling in front of the palace gate, Fan Xian was actually acting. He knew that before long, this yell would be reported to the emperor's ears in the royal study. He wanted to act like a real person, an angry and wronged illegitimate child. It was very tiring. He didn't want to act anymore. "Accompany me to drink." He stared at Gong Dian like a refugee staring at a piece of pork belly. "I'll seal up Baiwa brothel and call 60 girls to accompany you." Truly crazy. Gong Dian's eyes were bright and full of expression as he stared back at him. He placed a hand on his forehead. There was a manor by the side of Xinhuai Alley. This residence did not take up a large amount of space. The overhanging eaves and walls were not very magnificent. Its location was also not very good. It intersected with the surrounding private residences and was not very different. This manor belonged to an old imperial censor of the previous dynasty. After this old imperial censor retired and returned to his hometown, the residence was left empty and handed to a few old colleagues to manage. Thinking that it would be more convenient for his descendants when they sought a future in Jingdo, he had no intention of selling it. 3 years ago, this manor was still sold. From then on, the quiet Xinhuai Alley became lively. Occasionally, officials would come to visit. During the New Year and other festivals, the crowd at the entrance was like a dragon. It was extraordinarily lively. Following the gradual promotion of the new master of the imperial censor's manor, there were fewer and fewer officials who came to visit because the new master's incorruptible reputation gradually spread. No one wanted to touch his bad luck. The imperial censor of the left, the traveling scholar of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, He Zongwei, was the new master of this imperial censor's manor. In reality, his colleagues had all advised against it. Even the emperor had once mentioned that most of the officials lived in the south of the city. It was inconvenient for He Zongwei to live in the old imperial censor's manor in Xinhuai Alley. Furthermore, it did not match the dignity of a court official. Scholar He, who was in the same light as the dust in court matters, deeply understood the samadhi of officialdom, and was greatly appreciated by the emperor and admired by his colleagues, was very insistent on this matter. He even refused the emperor's edict to bestow him a residence. He still brought his 2 or 3 loyal servants, a widowed aunt, and a few distant brothers to live in this old imperial censor's manor. He lived there for 3 years. He Zongwei pushed open the door and walked into the somewhat dilapidated courtyard of the old imperial censor's manor. Looking at the messy spring scenery and the green leaves scattered everywhere, he couldn't help but shake his head self-mockingly. The reason he had always lived in this old imperial censor's manor was because he had feelings for it. Furthermore, this manor represented many important meanings to his life. The first time He Zongwei truly stepped onto the stage of the Qing Kingdom was when Prime Minister Lin Ruofu resigned from his post 5 years ago. He Zongwei coincidentally met the wife of the Prime Minister's strategist Wu Bowen. Feeling indignant, he went to the imperial censor to file a complaint against the emperor. He then coincidentally met the Prime Minister's killer. He then coincidentally met the second prince and the heir Li Hongcheng. After a series of coincidences, he coincidentally followed the general trend of the Qing court at the time and forcefully brought down Prime Minister Lin Ruofu. He Zongwei, who had missed the spring examinations because he was in mourning, was still a commoner. In everyone's eyes, he had brought down a treacherous prime minister with the strength of an ordinary man. At that moment his reputation rose. In the hearts of scholars, no one saw him as just a Jingdo talent on par with Ho Jichang. Instead, they saw him as a remarkable figure with great ambition and a determined temperament. It was also through the incident of Prime Minister Lin's fall that He Zongwei was able to see the emperor's face for the first time. From that day on, he was deeply convinced by the emperor's bearing and schemes. It was also that day that the emperor also took a fancy to this young scholar. With an imperial edict, he had him enter the imperial censor and become an imperial censor. In the following years, He Zongwei dealt with various powers and finally successfully ascended. He became the youngest scholar of the Hall of Governmental Affairs in the history of the Qing Kingdom. His limelight flourished and was unparalleled. Of course, that was because no one would compare him to that person. Even though he was scholar in the hearts of thousands of people in the Qing Kingdom, that person would forever be the only one, the high and lofty one. In He Zongwei's heart, that person was a shadow. This shadow floated above his head and blocked out the limitless light of his life, leaving only a patch of darkness and coldness. That shadow was Fan Xian. When He Zongwei received the unanimous praise of the scholars because of Prime Minister Lin's matter, Fan Xian had already exposed the scandal of the spring examination and made 15 officials of the court, including the Minister of the Board of Rights, dead people. Furthermore, there was also the poem, That Night in Front of the Palace. When He Zongwei was still a common imperial censor in the imperial censor, Fan Xian was already the commissioner of the Overwatch Council. He had forced the emperor to beat the imperial censors in front of the royal palace. Those imperial censors were He Zongwei's seniors and superiors. When He Zongwei finally welcomed the most glorious moment of his life, Fan Xian still only looked at him with disdain. With one hand he held the Overwatch Council, with the other he held the palace treasury. Now, he had seized back a large piece of land for the Qing Kingdom Dongyi. He was a talent, and the other was an immortal poet. He was a scholar, and the other was the Duke of Danbois. Most importantly, he was just a poor child of a poor family, and the other was the emperor's illegitimate child. No matter when, no matter where, Fan Xian firmly pressed down on him until he almost couldn't breathe. He Zongwei looked at the spring garden in front of him. He looked at the messy grass growing without anyone taking care of it, and sank into silence. He knew that in this life, no matter how hard he worked, he would never be able to surpass that person. He Zongwei slowly closed his eyes and sighed helplessly. He had great confidence in his abilities and willpower. He didn't think he was any worse than Fan Xian. However, fate had long decided this. What could he do? He heard that Sir Yen Jr. of the Overwatch Council kept a few vicious dogs at home, forcing no court officials to visit. He also heard that Fan Xian kept countless guards at home. If anyone shamelessly came to give gifts, they would all be chased out of the manor. He Zongwei's manor couldn't afford to keep dogs or people, but it had raised a black face. In order to maintain his impartial and incorruptible image, He Zongwei had paid a great price. Furthermore, he could not be as unreasonable as the two people in the Overwatch Council. He had to reject bribes and also not make the other party feel uncomfortable. Thus, He Zongwei was also very tired. At least, he thought he was much more tired than Fan Xian. The salary of court officials was not much. It was only 1/3 of the salary of officials of the same rank in the Overwatch Council. Additionally, He Zongwei had a reputation for being incorruptible, so it was difficult to maintain the manor's expenses. Although the emperor knew of his family's poverty, and had the internal court bestow a great deal of gold and silver. Traveling to and from Jingdo was always too expensive. What He Zongwei worried about the most was not Sun Jingxiu of the Jingdo government, but whether or not he should spend money to repair the garden. He Zongwei let out a bitter laugh. Who knew how much he had sacrificed for the sake of such glory? He was not like Fan Xian, who had a large palace treasury to support, and a bookstore and brothel to support him. Strangely, the harder his life was, the calmer He Zongwei's expression was, and the happier he felt. It was as if there was a kind of painful torture that could make him truly understand the meaning of his existence. He wanted to do great things for the court. He wanted to become a truly famous official. He Zongwei's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Looking at the chaotic spring garden in the night, he didn't say a word. He only thought to himself, Fan Xian had indeed gone to the Sun Manor today. When the Hall of Governmental Affairs discuss matters tomorrow, what kind of attitude should I have? Earlier, the eunuch in the palace had brought the emperor's verbal edict. It had made his heart more at ease, but it had also made it more depressing. I have to find another way. He Zongwei lowered his head in the night wind. What great things! What famous official! Under Fan Xian's pressure, he had to first ensure that he could continue living after the emperor died. Thus, before the emperor died, he had to let Fan Xian die first. Chapter 662. It rained intermittently during the day, sometimes falling and sometimes stopping. After nightfall, not even small puddles of water formed on the streets of Jingdo. It was just so wet that it made one feel a sliver of sticky annoyance. In the chaotic spring garden of New Scholar Tree Alley, plants grew like crazy, just like a person's ambition and lofty aspirations. A great deal of rainwater accumulated in the grass nests and in the eyes of the flowers. It was like a beautiful and alluring jar of honey. He Zongwei silently turned his back to the study and looked at the spring garden washed by the rain. The honey in his heart gradually melted. He knew that his thoughts were beautiful but also dangerous. The slightest carelessness would result in eternal damnation. Fan Xian was not so easy to kill. What shocked He Zongwei even more was that in his 6 years of contact with Fan Xian, he could always see a glimmer of murderous coldness in the young official's eyes. He was now the imperial censor of the left and a scholar of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Without the emperor's personal command, the Overwatch Council could not touch him. Fighting against Fan Xian in court had, for a time, attracted countless officials to come to him. It looked like he was in limitless glory, but only he knew that he was actually walking down a path of death. His present situation was truly precarious. If the trend in court continued like this, He Zongwei's future focus would still be on the imperial censorate to keep the Overwatch Council in check. However, once the emperor passed, could this situation still be maintained? Regardless of whether the third prince sat on the throne or some other shocking change, it made no difference to He Zongwei. It only depended on when he stepped down and how much he was suppressed. However, He Zongwei had no solution to this trend. If he continued like this, step by step, even if he became the head scholar of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, what power would he have when facing the person on the dragon chair in the future? He had once tried to find an opportunity to get close to the third prince deep in the palace and seek the greatest support for the rest of his life. All his attempts these 3 years had been forcefully cut off by an unknown power when he was about to approach the inner palace. It was because of these failures that he realized with horror just how powerful the power in Fan Xian's hands was. His influence in the royal palace was far more terrifying than anyone could imagine. Because of his fear, and because he knew his future would not be pretty, He Zongwei wanted to stand against Fan Xian more and more, particularly after the emperor had personally appointed a marriage with the intention of easing the relationship between his 2 beloved generals. However, he had been forcefully refused by Fan Xian. Other than disappointment, He Zongwei knew that he had no other path to take. Perhaps the emperor was just a little angry, but He Zongwei was afraid from the bottom of his heart. Although the emperor was Fan Xian's father, his understanding of Fan Xian was not as profound as He Zongwei's. There was an old saying that the people who understood you the most were often not your family or friends, but your enemies. He Zongwei knew that Fan Xian would not let him go. He would not be like the emperor, and truly think that Fan Xian was a pure and solitary official who put the interests of the Qing kingdom first in everything. In his eyes, Fan Xian was a strange being who always put his likes and dislikes first. It had to be said that He Zongwei's judgment of Fan Xian was correct. There was no hatred in He Zongwei's eyes. There was only a faint self-mockery and an icy coldness. He left the messy spring garden and returned to the study. The decorations in the study were relatively simple, but there were many books and account books piled on the bookshelves on either side. He walked to the side of the bookshelf and thought for a moment. From an unremarkable position, he pulled out a small booklet. Then, he sat beside the desk and began to examine it carefully. This small booklet was the list of names the Ministry of Rights and the Internal Court had worked together to compile after the Jingdo Rebellion. He Zongwei was in charge of the imperial censorate and had the emperor's trust. A long time ago, he had gotten his hands on this list. Furthermore, he had read it countless times in this quiet study. The third page, page 42, was the most wrinkled. It looked like it was the place he had flipped through the most. Before and after these 2 pages were the birthplaces and names of the 100 Tiger Guards who had died for the country, and the people of the Overwatch Council who had died in the line of duty on Dongshan Road. There were 2 names that stood out. One was Gouda, and the other was Wang Qinian. Regardless of whether it was this small booklet, the Ministry of Right's final seal, the Overwatch Council's request for credit, or the Internal Court's final approval, they all determined that these 2 people were dead. However, He Zongwei did not believe it. From a long time ago, he did not believe that these 2 people were dead. Even though he later confirmed that these 2 people were among the bodies collected on Dong Mountain, he still did not believe it. The Overwatch Council could easily do such a thing. It was still the same thing. He Zongwei understood Fan Xian better than the emperor. What made him suspect this was because of some small details these few years. First of all, Gouda and Wang Qinian were Fan Xian's most trusted aides. They should not have died so quietly in the emperor's eyes. In the emperor's eyes, they were both unremarkable people. In He Zongwei's eyes, these 2 people had their own importance. Secondly, he had been watching Fan Xian in secret these few years, watching his every move, including when Fan Xian had taken Fan Roro and the Overwatch Council officials to the mausoleum a few days ago. Not long after the matter, he had heard the news and had personally gone to investigate. Just like in the past few years, Fan Xian's visit to the memorial garden was as quiet as ever. Most importantly, Fan Xian did not purposely stop in front of the 2 graves with Wang Qinian and Gouda's names written on them and burn some paper money. Fan Xian was a very protective official who cared for his subordinates, particularly trusted aides who had died. Logically speaking, they should not have received such treatment. In the end, the reason He Zongwei made up his mind to determine that these 2 people were not dead was another small detail. After he became suspicious, he began to use the power of the imperial censorate to secretly watch from the side and let out a cry. Gouda had never married or had children in his life. After his death, his troubles ended. But Wang Qinian, the head of the Overwatch Council stationed in northern Qi, had a wife, a daughter, and a family. Although the Overwatch Council gave him a pension every year, no one knew who had taken it. Most importantly, after Wang Qinian died, it was said that his entire family had moved back home. In the Wang family's hometown, no one had discovered the whereabouts of this family. If Wang Qinian had truly died, Fan Xian would certainly be responsible for the Wang family's daily life. Given his personality, he would not allow Wang Qinian's widow and daughter to wander the world miserably. Wang Qinian did not die. Naturally, Gouda did not die either. Why were the bodies of the 2 people who did not die on Dong Mountain? Why did the Overwatch Council help them hide it? On Dong Mountain, 100 Tiger Guards shed hot blood to block the sword. Gouda was among them, so why did he not die? Had he escaped at the last moment? Wang Qinian had been by the emperor's side at the top of the mountain. If he had not died, why was there no sign of him afterward? Could it be that when the emperor was in danger, he had already escaped? He Zongwei slowly closed the scroll. A slight smile rose to the corners of his lips. He thought to himself, The powerful subordinate that Sir Fan Jr. had brought indeed had Fan Xian's style at a critical moment. He ran faster than anyone and saw himself as more important than anyone else. This was a great crime of deceiving the emperor. This crime was punishable by death by 1,000 cuts. He Zhongwei understood the emperor's personality too well. As long as someone betrayed him, or rather, as long as an official placed their life before the emperor's safety, he would fly into a thunderous rage and be ruthless in his heart. Furthermore, there were many people who deceived the emperor. If Wang Qinian and Gao De were captured and brought back, it would be difficult for them to escape death. What about the Overwatch Council? What about Fan Xian? He Zhongwei took a deep breath. His young and tired face immediately appeared a bit livelier and more austere. When it came to Fan Xian, he could not find any openings to attack. Thus, he could only wait for that wretched day. Unless, before the emperor died, he could incite the relationship between the emperor and Fan Xian. To incite the relationship between a father and son, one had to use such an illusory method as intentions. The crime of deceiving the emperor was something that destroyed one's heart. When all was said and done, this was probably Fan Xian's only lifeline in this life. He was too sentimental. If he had directly killed Gao De and Wang Qinian, none of this would have happened. Thinking of this, He Zhongwei couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Immediately after, he lowered his head and gently tapped the teacup on the table, making a ding sound. Before long, two people walked in. One of them was about 30 years old with a respectful expression on his face. Looking at his facial features, he was rather similar to He Zhongwei's. The other person was about 50 years old, but still wore the attire of a Confucian scholar. Wang Qinian, Gao De. He Zhongwei didn't hold back on his choice of words. Straightforwardly he said, "We've been investigating these two people for over a year. Do you have any clues?" The person who looked like He Zhongwei was actually a distant cousin. His voice was slightly raspy as he replied, "I vaguely caught some clues. However, when the Overwatch Council does things, even if you catch wind of it, you won't be able to catch up. Everything stopped 3 years ago. Even if these two people still have secret connections to the Overwatch Council, I'm afraid it's still a place we can't touch." He Zhongwei furrowed his brows and nodded. He knew that given the power of the Overwatch Council, regardless of whether Director Chen personally acted or Fan Xian made the arrangements, the officials in court alone would not be able to move that metal plate. Unless he secretly ordered the Ministry of Justice and Supreme Court to go out and capture them. The problem was that this had to be done in secret. The Ministry of Justice and Supreme Court had Overwatch Council spies hidden within them. Once his actions alerted Fan Xian and caused the other party to block this opening, or even secretly do something vicious out of anger, it was not something He Zhongwei wanted to see. "Sir, we won't be able to find anything in this matter by ourselves. The bodies on Dong Mountain have been counted. Although I don't know how the Overwatch Council did it, the number of people matched up with the name list. Furthermore, there was a fire on the mountain path at that time. The faces were burned like that, so it was impossible to say anything wrong." The slightly older scholar still didn't say anything. The person who spoke was He Zhongwei's distant cousin. This person had only begun to work for He Zhongwei in recent years. He handled matters cautiously, and was already He Zhongwei's trusted aide. Thus, he had been sent to investigate this major matter. His words were also relatively direct. During the Jingdo Rebellion, the North Expedition Army happened to surround the mountain. At least a few thousand people died in that battle. It would not be difficult for the Overwatch Council to secretly do something and move two bodies. He Zhongwei lowered his head and furrowed his brows as he calculated. Even if there was a fire on the mountain path, what about on the summit? Although the battle between the Grandmasters was powerful, not many people died in front of the ancient temple. Back then, weren't Ren Jingqing and the officials of the Ministry of Rights all alive and well? Why did Wang Qinian die? Did he die at the summit, or on the path down the mountain? If his body was not burned, something strange could be found. But 3 years have already passed. The body has long turned to ash. If they say the one buried in the grave is Wang Qinian, they can only accept it as Wang Qinian. The scholar finally opened his mouth. Once he spoke, he went straight to the point. Thus, to investigate what happened a few years ago again would be too difficult. Secondly, we would never be able to find any problems. If you truly want to open a path in this direction, I think it is more important to find Wang Qinian and Gao De alive. He Zhongwei sank into silence. Of course, he knew his strategist's opinion was correct. The problem was if Gao De and Wang Qinian were hiding in Dongyi or northern Qi and concealing their identities, who would be able to dig out these two living people? You can leave first. He Zhongwei raised his head and said to his cousin in an even voice. This matter involves the face of the court. Be careful. He had already established himself in the center of the court for 3 years and had gathered some power, particularly the emperor, who had secretly given him some help. However, compared to Fan Xian, he was still a long way off. This cousin was the most important person to help He Zhongwei carry out the shameful things. It was true that the He household was incorruptible, but if He Zhongwei wanted to gain a foothold in the court, he still needed money. He needed to support a large group of subordinates who were loyal to him. That cousin was the person who dealt with this matter. There was only He Zhongwei and the elderly strategist left in the study. It appeared rather quiet. After a moment of silence, He Zhongwei said, if we can actually capture Wang Qinian and Gao De alive and bring them back to Jingdo, what do you think will happen? Sir Fan Jr. will certainly protect these two people. The strategist lowered his head slightly. And said, given the emperor's personality, if this matter does not become too big, perhaps he will give Sir Fan Jr. face and cover it up. You mean, even if these two people have committed the crime of deceiving the emperor will let them go? A cold light appeared in He Zhongwei's eyes as he spoke in an icy voice. A complicated feeling rose in his heart. If the emperor was truly benevolent enough to let those two people go, then what was the point of him working so hard? The key is to see what kind of price Sir Fan Jr. will pay for these two subordinates. The strategist smiled bitterly. Everyone under heaven knows that Sir Fan Jr. treats his subordinates very well. If he really shed all pretense of cordiality and insisted on protecting these two people, what would the emperor do? Was he supposed to just kill him? Sir, don't forget, Sir Fan Jr. is, in the end, the emperor's own son. Own son? He Zhongwei slowly closed his eyes. The crown prince and second prince are also the emperor's own sons. These words are not false. However, the crown prince and second prince did not help the emperor take down Dongyi without bloodshed. When the strategist said the words second prince, his voice trembled. Immediately after, he said in a quiet voice, to use a piece of territory to exchange for the lives of two subordinates, the emperor still has this bit of benevolence. Of course, the strategist glanced at the disappointed He Zhongwei and lightly said, even if we can't force the emperor and Sir Fan Jr. to turn against each other, we can at least plant a thorn in the emperor's heart. He Zhongwei shook his head and opened his eyes to look calmly at the strategist in front of him. Fan Wujiu, you were originally one of the second prince's 8 generals. Because of the second prince's death, your hair turned white overnight. You have come to join me. Our goals are the same, so you know that if Fan Xian doesn't die, then I will. If you want to avenge the second prince, you have to think clearly. One thorn is far from enough. This old strategist, who looked to be over 50 years old, was one of the most capable 8 generals under the second prince Fan Wujiu. Back then, the second prince and Fan Xian had a chaotic battle in Jingdo. The 8 generals had all died or been injured. However, Fan Wujiu had long ago seen that Fan Xian's power could not be stopped. After trying to persuade the second prince was useless, he had quietly left. Unexpectedly, many years later, after the second prince had taken poison and committed suicide, Fan Wujiu had returned to Jingdo and thrown himself under He Zhongwei's wing, wholeheartedly seeking revenge for the second prince. Fan Wujiu was silent for a long time. He then quietly said, if you want to make a big deal out of this, then it cannot be done in secret. It must be made known to the entire court. The emperor is someone who values face the most. At that time, no matter how powerful Sir Fan Jr. is, he will probably not be able to stop the murderous knife in the emperor's hand. If the emperor really kills Wang Qinian and Gao De this time, I am very curious as to what Fan Xian will do. He Zhongwei smiled slightly and said, other than the emperor and the internal court, I can't think of anyone else who would be able to find those two people under the cover of the Overwatch Council in this vast sea of people. There is one most important problem. Fan Wujiu calmly looked into He Zhongwei's eyes. If you want to secretly report to the emperor, you will probably have to take a great risk yourself. Oh, what do you mean? He Zhongwei did not reveal a trace of panic. He only asked indifferently. You do not have concrete evidence at hand, only some guesses and analysis. Of course, just based on these guesses and analysis, it should be enough to make the emperor suspicious. Fan Wujiu glanced at him again and quietly said, the emperor will probably be suspicious of Sir Fan Jr., but he will also be suspicious of you. I am wholeheartedly loyal to the court and the emperor. Why does the emperor suspect me? He Zhongwei pressed his lips tightly together and said quietly, the emperor will suspect that you are purposely trying to drive a wedge between him and Sir Fan Jr. He Zhongwei was silent for a long time. If the emperor truly becomes suspicious and no longer protects me, what do you think will happen to me? If the emperor doesn't like a person, there are many ways to deal with them. I think that in 3 years, the emperor will find an excuse to leave the Jingdo court and take up a post in a distant place. Then, you will certainly be mediocre for the rest of your life, Fan Wujiu calmly said. He Zhongwei smiled bitterly inside. His eyes were filled with calmness and determination. If I make a move, I may be swept into the dust in the future. But if I don't make a move, I will be crushed into pieces. Which one will you choose? He gazed at Fan Wujiu and smiled slightly. I choose the former because at least, I can continue to live. If Fan Xian truly becomes hostile with the emperor, it will be difficult for him to continue living. Fan Wujiu blinked his eyes. His grizzled hair was particularly eye-catching in the dark study. Faintly he said, you seem to have some resentment toward the emperor. He Zhongwei's expression did not change, but the emotions in his heart churned endlessly. He had endless gratitude toward the emperor, but he also had endless resentment. If the emperor had not brought him up to fight Fan Xian, how could he be constantly trapped in a precarious predicament? How could he be so afraid of dying without a burial ground? Back then, the second prince was actually in a similar situation as you are now. Fan Wujiu smiled slightly darkly and quietly advised. So, you must learn from the second prince's lesson and maintain a loyal heart toward the emperor. If you truly pull out Wang Qinian and Gouda, perhaps the emperor will not suspect you. The one who will be out of luck will be Fan Xian. I have always been loyal to the emperor. He Zhongwei calmly replied, and lightly swept his gaze over Fan Wujiu. He knew what this person was trying to test. To avenge the death of the second prince, Fan Xian was naturally one of Fan Wujiu's targets. That heartless and cold-blooded emperor could not escape Fan Wujiu's eyes. He Zhongwei mockingly said, a person needs to know where his own abilities lie. Dealing with Fan Xian is almost beyond our abilities. As for those people who are above the clouds, it is best not to even think about them. They will kill you. This is a corrected version. It should have been Fan Wujiu, but I wrote it as Fan Bian. I confused it with Xie Bian. Apologies. Chapter 663. After Fan Wujiu heard He Zhongwei's cold words, he slowly lowered his head and did not have any obvious reaction. After a moment of silence, he said in a low voice, before reporting to the emperor, you should think of a way to investigate more clearly. Of course. All right, it's late. You should go rest, He Zhongwei said casually. He waved his hand and picked up the files on the table again. Fan Wujiu glanced at He Zhongwei. A glimmer of darkness flashed through his eyes. He bowed and took his leave. When he walked out of the study, He Zhongwei immediately put down the files in his hands. He looked silently in the direction of the door and sank into deep thought. He Zhongwei was initially fearful of the second prince's 8 trusted generals joining him. After all, there were many people in Jingdo who knew of Fan Wujiu's identity. If people discovered this in the future, and it got into the palace, who knew what the emperor would think? Back then, the second prince had been one of the conspirators in the rebellion. It was indeed risky for He Zhongwei to take in his old subordinates. However, he had quickly made a decision. After all, Fan Wujiu had his own abilities. Although the 8 generals whose names had spread through the Jianghu and Jingdo seemed unable to withstand a single blow in front of the Overwatch Council, in reality, they were all very powerful figures. The second prince had operated in court for a long time. The trusted aides he kept at his side were, of course, the most outstanding. Other than Fan Wujiu's ability, He Zongwei had taken him in for 2 other important reasons. First, this person's goal was the same as his. They both wanted to defeat Fan Xian. Second, this person also controlled some of the resources the second prince had left behind. The second prince had already lost and died 3 years ago. His power in court had long been swept clean by the emperor and Fan Xian. In the end, there were still some officials hidden in the lower levels of the court who were waiting for an opportunity in the dark. Regardless of whether it was to avenge their master or find a new master, they would see the light of day again. He Zongwei needed these people. These people also needed Scholar He in court. However, He Zongwei could not personally gather these powers. He had to go through Fan Wujiu. Only then could he appear more innocent in front of the emperor. When all was said and done, He Zongwei was walking on a lonely steel rope with endless abysses on both sides. It was very dangerous. Not long after Fan Wujiu left the study, the cousin of the He clan, who had left earlier, quietly returned. The 2 of them met each other's eyes and saw the glimmer of emotion in each other's eyes. He Zongwei smiled warmly and said, "Go investigate the whereabouts of Wang Qinian, and Gao De don't use the people the second prince left behind." The person bowed respectfully and replied, "I understand. After you and Fan talked earlier, Sir Fan and Fan." He Zongwei nodded approvingly. There are some things that are inconvenient for Mr. Fan to know. There were many things that were inconvenient for Fan Wujiu to know. Earlier, Fan Wujiu and He Zongwei had discussed that if they wanted to bring down Fan Xian, they had to start with Wang Qinian and Gao De, who might still be alive. However, given the power left behind by He Zongwei and the second prince, it was impossible to pierce through the layers of black fog of the Overwatch Council and find true clues. Thus, Fan Wujiu suggested that He Zongwei directly meet the emperor and use the emperor's suspicions to have the internal court act. The problem was that He Zongwei had a power in his hands. It was a power the emperor had given him, a power that no one knew about. The emperor trusted Chen Pingping incomparably and doted on Fan Xian. However, the Overwatch Council's power was truly too great. If it was only checked and balanced from the outside, an emperor would not be at ease. That was why there was the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Furthermore, the palace must have planted many trusted aides in the Overwatch Council. Concerning this matter, Chen Pingping and Fan Xian were both aware of it. However, there was no need to make things clear to the emperor. They were only guarding against it in secret. Since the Imperial Censorate wanted to challenge the Overwatch Council, the spies the internal court, or perhaps the Ministry of Internal Affairs, had planted in the Overwatch Council, had slowly moved from eunuch Yao's side to He Zongwei's hands 3 years later. This power, darker than the night, was currently controlled by He Zongwei's cousin. He Zongwei was silent for a moment and then said, "Investigate from the outside. If the Overwatch Council still has connections to Wang Qinian, then there will certainly be traces. However, don't let these people know exactly what you are investigating. If the emperor knows you are investigating and asks, 'What will we do?' the emperor will not care about such small matters." He Zongwei lowered his head slightly. "After the investigation is complete, report to the emperor and ask him to make a decision." Of course, if He Zongwei grasped this important matter that could incite the relationship between the emperor and Fan Xian, he would not quietly and secretly report it to the emperor and give the emperor and Fan Xian a chance to privately negotiate. Instead, he would do everything in his power to blow this matter up. The person understood the hidden meaning in Fan Xian's words and didn't say anything more. Straightforwardly, he said, "I will not disappoint you." The study once again returned to silence. He Zongwei sat behind the desk and couldn't resist shaking his head. He didn't have a servant, but he had a few advisors. However, those advisors were all forbidden from entering the back garden. Other than his trusted aides, No one dared to go near this study. He knew that if he could truly trust Fan Wujio, then this matter would certainly proceed more easily. However, he could not completely trust Fan Wujio, particularly when he appeared in front of him as a strategist. For people like strategists, He Zhongwei always had the greatest suspicions in his heart. Many years ago, he had successfully made a name for himself by bringing down Lin Ruofu. In reality, he knew that the fall of the previous prime minister had little to do with him. This was the emperor's intention. The person who truly carried out the order and gave the prime minister the heaviest blow was the seemingly handsome and carefree strategist in the prime minister's manor, Yuan Hongdao. Back then, He Zhongwei had brought Wu Boan's wife to live in this old royal manor. Under the eldest princess's orders, he was in contact with the prime minister's manor and had dealings with Yuan Hongdao. He knew what kind of dangerous knife Yuan Hongdao had stabbed in this matter. The truth that had been slowly revealed a few years ago shocked him even more. Yuan Hongdao was actually a member of the Overwatch Council. The Overwatch Council. He Zhongwei's heart felt a glimmer of coldness. He was very afraid of the Overwatch Council's power. Although he now held some internal members of the Overwatch Council in his hands, the more he understood about the Overwatch Council, the more afraid he was. He was afraid that the gardener in his manor was a spy from the first bureau of the Overwatch Council. He was afraid that the chubby female servant was an assassin from the 6th bureau. He was afraid that the food he ate every day was laced with slow-acting poison from the 3rd bureau. He was afraid that even Fan Wujio, the strategist the second prince had left behind, might also be a member of the Overwatch Council. Would he in the future stab his body with the most ruthless knife? He wanted to deal with Fan Xian, so he was even more afraid that Fan Xian would deal with him. It had already been a number of years. He had received everyone's respect in court. When he returned to the manor, he was immersed in an unhealthy feeling of fear and unease. He always felt that everyone he saw in the manor could have been sent by the Overwatch Council. Thus, the He Manor did not have many servants and girls. He used very few people. Even if he had no choice but to use people, he would rather go through great hardship to find his brothers from his hometown. Unexpectedly, this had earned him a reputation for being honest and modest. Sometimes, He Zhongwei even felt that he was about to be driven crazy by this nervous feeling. Crazy, but he could not go crazy. He had to obtain the final victory. He had already found a glimmer of an obscure yet blinding white light at the edge of the dark sky. He pushed open the door and stood alone in the corridor. His face was slightly pale, and his mood was unusually heavy. Occasionally, he would think of that woman, and a trace of pain would appear in his eyes. No one knew what kind of torment scholar he was suffering in his heart. No one thought he was a person who was about to go crazy. A few days after the birthday banquet in the Sun Manor, the civil and martial officials in court, and even the scholars and common people who had heard some rumors, all knew that Scholar he had lost this battle. He had lost completely. The emperor did not issue an edict. Instead, he had He Zhongwei handle the matter of the Jingdo magistrate himself. It was clear he wanted to use this matter to establish Scholar He's authority in court. Unexpectedly, after Fan Xian returned from Dongyi, drank some wine, went to the palace to argue, and took a trip to the Imperial College, he had beaten back Scholar He's extended hand. As for Scholar He's loss of face and failure, no one found it strange. After all, the opponent he faced this time was not an official of the 6 ministries in court or a disciple of the nobility. It was Fan Xian. It was fine if Fan Xian did not take action. As long as he set his mind to do something, he would always be able to do it. This had already become the common understanding of the entire world. It was clear that the emperor did not have any good ideas for this illegitimate child. After all, he was just a mere Jingdo magistrate. The emperor could not truly fall out with his most favored illegitimate child. The old accountant sent by the Ministry of Revenue to check accounts left the Jingdo government wretchedly. The secret investigation by the Ministry of Appointments and the Ministry of Justice was also fortunately brought to a halt under the powerful pressure from the mountain. Although the scholar did not say anything in the Hall of Governmental Affairs, he quietly reminded the officials in front of He Zhongwei. Although this sentence was light, it was also very heavy. Jingdo was clear and bright. It had long passed the April Qingming festival. The spring scenery was bright and beautiful. Dressed in casual clothes, Fan Xian sat on a horse. Holding a willow branch, he pointed toward the east and smiled, and chatted about something with the officials seeing him off. He had beaten He Zongwei again, and gained the upper hand in his argument with the emperor. At least, he ensured that the power on his side would not be weakened too much in a short period of time. Fan Xian was in a good mood. Even though he was about to embark on another journey, and go to the medicinal sword hut in Dongyi to suffer, he was still in a good mood. After exchanging pleasantries with the officials seeing him off, and accepting a large basket of flattery, as well as the cold and sour words secretly directed at He Zongwei, Fan Xian's expression did not change. He left the pavilion, dismounted from his horse, and continued to hide in his family's black carriage. The surroundings were quiet, but there was another person in the carriage. Yan Bingyan looked at him and suddenly said, "There are already signs of unrest in Dongyi. Do you really not want me to go suppress it? This time, I will bring the Black Knights into the city." A faint worry rose between Fan Xian's brows. "The old director will be returning home in a few days. Stay here and watch for me. If you also leave with me, Hu and Jingdo will make decisions for the council." Yan Bingyan acutely saw the worry in his heart. He did not understand but did not ask directly. Instead he said, "He Zongwei has lost a great deal of face this time. Presumably, the imperial censorate will be quiet for a long time." "Don't underestimate him," Fan Xian said. "Although these officials said bad things about him in front of me today, if this was a different occasion, and in front of He Zongwei, who would dare to say anything loudly? The position of an official is still in the emperor's word. As long as the emperor's favor remains, he will not fall. Furthermore, he is a powerful character." Fan Xian suddenly smiled slightly. And said, "In the past, I always felt that He Zongwei's scale was too small. Unexpectedly, he did something unexpected." Yan Bingyan did not smile. Calmly he said, "I found out that Fan Wujiu is in the He Manor. If you really want to deal with He Zongwei, just let the emperor know." Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then shook his head and said, "Fan Wujiu's choice surprised me. Back then, when he fled Jingdo, it was clear that he was a cowardly person afraid of death. Unexpectedly, after the second prince died, he had the courage to return to Jingdo and carry out his so-called plan of revenge." He raised his hand to rub between his brows. Raising his face, he sighed in admiration. "Fan Wujiu's action is very old-fashioned. I admire it very much." Yan Bingyan furrowed his brows and said, "I don't believe that you admire He Zongwei very much. I also don't believe that you would let He Zongwei go because of something like old-fashioned. Right now, I have to take care of a major matter. Before the director returns home, you and I shouldn't do anything to prevent variables from happening," Fan Xian said seriously. The tip of Yan Bingyan's heart trembled slightly. There were not many things that could shock him, but from Fan Xian's words, he smelled a very dangerous scent. "There shouldn't be any problems," Fan Xian said quietly. "But there can't be any more incidents in the near future. There can't be any big movements in court. Let's not rush to do anything." "What is He Zongwei rushing to do?" Yan Bingyan handed a piece of paper to his hand and calmly said, "Although I haven't found out, there have been some undercurrents in the council recently. I don't know the reason." Fan Xian sank into deep thought. He was not an immortal, and the Overwatch Council was not omnipotent. Furthermore, it was probably because of some emotional reasons that he did not want to think about whether or not old Wang, who had been closest to him, was doing well in the distance. For a moment he had not thought about this. As for Gouda, Fan Xian had long thought he was dead. Fan Wujiu alone is enough to force He Zongwei off the stage. "It is as if we have a sharp weapon in our hands," Fan Xian said. "If He Zongwei does make any big movements, throw Fan Wujiu out. There is no need for an official who takes in the old subordinates of a rebellious prince to continue staying in court." Yan Bingyan was silent for a moment. He then said, "Sir, he has made a fatal mistake." Fan Xian said, "That is because he thinks he understands the emperor and the abilities of the Overwatch Council. In reality, he doesn't know anything. I made a mistake yesterday. It was a terrible mistake. It had nothing to do with mistakes in writing or words. It was purely a matter of not being serious enough. I apologize again to everyone. Chapter 664. 10 li out of the capital, the group of carriages stopped for a moment. Yin Bingyan disembarked from the carriage and did not send them off. Watching Sir Yin Jr.'s disappearing figure, Fan Xian smiled warmly. He thought that since the council already had a handle on He Zongwei, Jingdo should be fine. Fan Xian would not look down on He Zongwei. He trusted the emperor's eyesight very much. He knew that He Zongwei certainly had his abilities. However, in front of the Overwatch Council, the scholar's abilities often appeared to be insufficient. Thus, his attitude in dealing with this problem appeared to be relatively relaxed. As for whether or not this relaxation was a sufficiently correct attitude, that would depend on how things developed in the future. Mu Feng rode to the side of the carriage window and thought of the intelligence report he had just received. He felt surprised in his heart. As the temporary leader of the Qinian unit, he knew all of Sir Fan Jr.'s shady and private matters. However, the matter mentioned in this intelligence report was something that even he had never come into contact with. What exactly was it that made Sir Fan Jr. so cautious? Mu Feng swallowed and moistened his dry throat. Lowering his voice, he said, "A reply from Yu Chang." Mu Feng had no idea what Yu Chang referred to. During these 2 years, Sir Fan Jr. and Yu Chang had exchanged 3 letters. Not only did these 3 letters go through the council's highest-level mail route, but the people who delivered the letters along the way were all core members of the Qinian unit. However, even these core members did not know who the letter had ended up in. Where was Yu Chang? What did Yu Chang refer to? Mu Feng had endless questions in his heart. Since the commissioner did not say, he could not guess. He did not dare to guess. Fan Xian was just about to put down the curtain on the carriage window. After hearing this news, he smiled and quietly said, "Where's the letter?" Mu Feng made a whistle. All of the Overwatch Council secret agents and swordsmen beside the carriage spread out. They each controlled the surroundings of the road and the direction of the woodlands. They surrounded the black carriage in which Fan Xian was in. Fan Xian took the letter and glanced at it. He remembered the words clearly. The words on the letter were all very common, and the meaning put together was also very common. But only the writer and the receiver knew the true meaning. He suddenly felt an itch at the top of his ear. He couldn't help but scratch it. Closing his palm, he crushed the entire letter into a snowflake. This was a method he had long gotten used to. He had once seen it. The emperor seemed to have this habit as well. Perhaps those who had learned the tyrannical true qi all had too much true qi and used it as a human shredder. These rather absurd and cute thoughts suddenly appeared in Fan Xian's mind. A faint and quiet smile rose to his face. It was clear that he was in a good mood. Mu Feng didn't know why he was in a good mood and asked hesitantly, "Sir, should we continue along the same path?" "No." Fan Xian restrained his expression and said seriously, "Go to Dongyi on your own. I will meet you outside the city." Mu Feng was slightly startled and didn't dare to accept the order. "The director had strict orders to not allow you to move alone again. I am now the director." Fan Xian looked at him with a smile. Mu Feng was slightly embarrassed. Only now did he remember that before they left the capital, the emperor had already issued a decree to the world. Sir Fan Jr. had officially taken over Director Chen's position and became the 2nd director of the Overwatch Council of the Qin Kingdom. He was no longer the commissioner of the past. The black carriages gradually left. Fan Xian stood in the woods and looked at his loyal subordinates. He thought to himself that he was responsible for too many people's lives. Perhaps this was a very headache-inducing matter. South of Jingdo was Weizhou. The city by the Wei River was radiated by the splendor of Jingdo. It was also a place that high officials, nobles, and wealthy merchants had to pass through on their way to Jiangnan. Although the city was not large, it still appeared particularly prosperous. Wherever it was prosperous, there were bound to be brothels and gambling dens. Thus Weizhou, without exception, had opened a Baiyue brothel. Far away from Baiyue brothel was Weizhou's largest and most extravagant gambling den, the 1,000 Gold Pavilion. Speaking of the 1,000 Gold Pavilion, It was easy for people to think of it as a brothel. Fan Xian, who was disguised as a merchant, raised his head and looked at the 3 large words on the 1,000 Gold Pavilion signboard. He couldn't help but laugh. The gambling den had long since become a boiling cauldron of voices. Even though there was a large ventilation fan produced by the palace treasury that was constantly being used by the coolies, the smell of people mingled with the smell of perfume and alcohol. It was still a little unpleasant, and Fan Xian couldn't help but cover his nose. Looking around, he confirmed that the person he was looking for was definitely not waiting for him on the first floor. So he walked up to the second floor. Unexpectedly, at the entrance of the second floor, he was stopped by 2 people who seemed to be in charge of the building. Fan Xian was slightly surprised, but he immediately understood what had happened. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. With Fan Xian's status, of course, no one in this world would dare to stop him. He was used to this, so he walked directly up the stairs without any disguise. He didn't expect that today. He was just an ordinary merchant. The second floor of the 1,000 Gold Pavilion was the place where one could truly spend a lot of money. The people who came here to play were all wealthy and respectable. Even if there were occasional disputes, they all had a sense of propriety, so they had a good reputation. However, such a place always required a threshold, and Fan Xian's current appearance clearly did not allow him to cross that threshold. "Sir, if you are in the mood, why don't you stay downstairs and have some fun?" Although the steward did not give Fan Xian any face by stopping him at the entrance, his tone was still rather gentle. It could be seen that the management of the 1,000 Gold Pavilion was good. Fan Xian smiled and said, "I'm here to look for a friend." The steward was slightly surprised. After a moment's deliberation, he softly asked, "May I know the surname of the friend you are looking for? If there is an urgent matter, we can report it on your behalf." "My friend's surname is Guan." Hearing the word Guan, the steward's expression immediately changed. He immediately bowed slightly, but was extremely careful not to attract the attention of the gamblers on the first floor. He extended a hand and very respectfully led Fan Xian to the second floor, placing him in a very unique room. He then lowered his voice and said, "Sir, please wait a moment." Fan Xian sat in the room. It didn't take long before he heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from outside. A charming young woman walked in with a slightly nervous expression. The steward also walked in with the young woman. He reported, "It is this sir who is looking for a friend with the surname Guan. Go out. You know what to do." The young woman bowed slightly to Fan Xian with extreme respect, then spoke to the steward. The steward made a sound of acknowledgement and pushed open the door. However, he still could not suppress the shock in his heart. There was actually someone in this world who could make Big Sister Guan so afraid. He wondered who this merchant-looking person was. There was only Fan Xian and the young woman left in the room. The young woman immediately began to bow again and knelt in front of Fan Xian. Very respectfully she said, "Subordinate Guan Wumei greets the commissioner." Because she was missing an arm, Guan Wumei's kneeling was not steady. Because of the fear that had never faded in her heart, her voice trembled slightly. Fan Xian looked at her and sighed in his heart. One of this woman's arms had been cut off by his hand. No wonder she was so afraid of him. Nearly 5 years had passed since Fan Xian's first trip to Jiangnan. Xia Qifei had once again taken back the Ming family, and this cousin of Xia Qifei, a famous female bandit in Jiangnan, had successfully inherited the Jiangnan water bandits. With the powerful support of the new Ming family, in addition to the secret assistance of the Overwatch Council, Guan Wumei had established a high position on the Jianghu without much effort. It was still the same old saying. The Jianghu was only a part of the country. With Fan Xian behind Guan Wumei, even if he wanted her to be a gangster, what was so difficult about it? "Stand up and talk." Fan Xian looked at her and did his best to say as gently as possible, "Right, there is one more thing. I have officially taken over the Overwatch Council. In the future, don't call me Commissioner." Guan Wumei was a peripheral member of the Overwatch Council. The edict in Jingdo had not yet been announced, so when she suddenly heard this news, she couldn't help but be shocked. In an instant, the shock in her eyes turned to joy. She had never held a grudge against Sir Fan Jr. in her heart, even if he had chopped off one of her arms. Sir Fan Jr. had avenged her cousin and taken back the Ming family. More importantly, she knew what kind of person she was. Holding a grudge against Sir Fan Jr.? She had never even thought about it, so this joy came from the bottom of her heart. After all, to survive in Jiangnan, she had to rely on Fan Xian's position in court. In the past 2 years, she had heard that the Overwatch Council had been suppressed in Jingdo. The people of Jiangnan were also restless. Learning that Fan Xian had become the director of the Overwatch Council, Guan Wumei let out a big sigh of relief. Have the Lingnan Xiong family and Chuanzhou Sun family finally relented? Fan Xian straightforwardly asked about the purpose of his trip. During these 3 years, he had been secretly working on a secret project, hidden from everyone under heaven. However, this project wasted too much money. Although he controlled the palace treasury in his hands, it was, after all, the palace treasury belonged to the court. Most of the money from smuggling had been used to fund the disaster relief for the embankments that the court urgently needed. For a time, it was not convenient. Even Xia Qifei's Xia Mingji, which was now the new Ming family, secretly gave Fan Xian the greatest amount of support. Even his brother Fan Xizha, who was in the north, had sent large amounts of banknotes to the south under the northern Qi royal family's close surveillance. However, Fan Xian still felt that he lacked money. Would Sir Fan Jr. lack money to spend? If this got out, it would probably become a big joke. But this was true. It also meant that the project Fan Xian had been working on in secret these 3 years was a black hole that wasted countless amounts of silver. Guan Wumei had already stood and carefully glanced at Fan Xian. She and Xia Qifei both knew that Sir Fan Jr. had spent a lot of money these few years, but they still didn't know where all this money had been spent. Furthermore, it had been fine the first 2 years. Relying on Fan Xian's subordinates, they had barely been able to support it. However, a few days ago, they had suddenly received news that a large sum of silver was needed this year. It made it difficult for them to raise it. This sum of silver was too large. Even if Xia Qifei and Fan Xizha were given enough time, they probably wouldn't be able to raise it. The news came too late. We only had time to notify the Sun and Xiong families. Since we couldn't explain to them what exactly this sum of silver was used for, their masters were unwilling to relent. Guan Wumei replied slightly nervously. The 2 leaders are currently in the Shazhou, not far from the Weizhou. Does Milord want to see them? There's no need. Fan Xian shook his head. This matter has to be done in secret. However, I'm afraid we won't be able to hide it for long if we have to ask the Sun and Xiong families to transfer silver. It's my fault for being too hasty. I still have to think about it. Guan Wumei let out a large breath. Truthfully speaking, even with Sir Fan Jr.'s help, it was still a difficult matter to secretly transfer so much silver away from the court's supervision. What scared Guan Wumei the most was that Sir Fan Jr. was spending so much silver and still hiding it from the court. Was he secretly organizing a private army in preparation for a rebellion? Otherwise, given Sir Fan Jr.'s present status, he would not do such a thing. Have Xia Qifei and the Sun and Xiong families tell them not to bring me out. Fan Xian furrowed his brows slightly and said, just say that there's a problem with the smuggling route to the north. The northern Qi court suddenly acted and seized all of the goods. The Ming family needs to return silver to the palace treasury, and also needs to have a flow of money out of their accounts. They don't have enough time, so they need a large sum of silver from these 2 families to support them. This was a good excuse. The only powers that could suddenly make the Jiangnan Ming family lose a large sum of silver were the courts in the north and south. Guan Wumei furrowed her brows and asked, however, the court has a lot of spies in the north. Even if the Overwatch Council's route can be hidden, there will always be other intelligence channels that will come back. There is no movement in northern Qi at all. She sighed with some distress. Unless we have the northern Qi court cooperate with us in putting on a show. After saying this, she couldn't help but laugh self-mockingly. The Qing kingdom and northern Qi had been enemies for a long time. Sir Fan Jr.'s close relationship with the north had been completely shattered because of the Battle of Shiliang last year. Additionally, everyone knew about the ownership of Dongyi. The Northern Qi people hated Fan Xian to the bone. How could they cooperate with him in putting on a show? Good acting, Fan Xian said with a slight smile. I'll have the Northern Qi Emperor cooperate with me in putting on a good show. We'll hide it from the court, and then give the Sun and Xiong families a convincing reason. What do you think? Guan Wumei was shocked. She felt that she could not see through Sir Fan Jr.'s depths. It was as if he was teasing her, and said he wanted the Northern Qi Emperor to cooperate with him in putting on a show. I'm going to stay a night in Weizhou. The Sun and Xiong families came first. Entertain them. Fan Xian raised his teacup. Guan Wumei took her leave. However, the room did not remain quiet for long. A man dressed in black appeared in the corner of the room like a ghost. He carried an extremely long saber on his back. The saber was sheathed, and its murderous aura was restrained. However, the feeling it gave people was that it was abnormally dangerous. Fan Xian gently put down his teacup and raised his head to look at him. Why do you suddenly need so much silver? The black-clothed knife-wielding man was still standing in the shadows in the corner. In a slightly raspy voice, he smiled and said, when construction reaches the later stages, money is always spent very quickly. These are the original words of the minister. Chapter 665. Fan Xian furrowed his brows. He looked at the person in the shadows and hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth to ask, why are you so happy? Although we don't see each other often, I'm still not used to it. The knife man in the black shadow bowed slightly and said with a smile, I have always been such a frivolous person. Please forgive me, Sir Fan Jr. Frivolous? Fan Xian furrowed his brows and said, no wonder you caused such a big mess back then because of your playfulness. The palace named you to be eliminated. The bladesman's expression turned grave, and he said seriously, it is all thanks to Lord Minister that I am still alive today. Fan Xian didn't say anything more. Instead, he thought of other things, other people. In the Battle of Dong Mountain, over 100 tiger guards had all died. The emperor had used the sword in Sigajian's hand to cold-bloodedly and mercilessly purge the tiger guards. He had also swept away the greatest support Fan Jian had hidden within the royal family. It was precisely because of this attitude and resolve that Fan Jian had no choice but to retreat from the dangerous Jingdo early. Minister Fan had grown up with the emperor and had operated in court for many years. He had even secretly helped the Li royal family train the tiger guards for a long time. Naturally, he had some hidden cards. The black-clad bladesman before Fan Xian was one of them. This black-clothed knife man had once been a subordinate of the tiger guards. However, he later faked his death and became Fan Jian's direct subordinate in the darkness. He secretly did things for the Fan Manor that could not see the light of day, including monitoring the tentacles that extended out of the palace. During the Jingdo Rebellion, Fan Xian had taken a great risk to attack Qingyu Hall. Fan Jian had watched from behind with cold eyes and helped him clean up the mess. At that time, the ones who had acted were the secret forces of the Fan Manor, led by the black-clothed knife man. It was not until that day that Fan Xian truly came into contact with his father's last batch of power. You also know about what happened on Dong Mountain. Fan Xian looked at the bladesman and asked, how many tiger guards are still alive in this world? There are still 21 subordinates under the minister. The black-clothed bladesman said with a smile. If all the great grandmasters are dead, we will still be of some use. In the past, Fan Xian had only interacted with Gao Da and the 7 wooden-faced tiger guards. For a moment, he was not used to the black-clothed knife-wielding man's tone of speech. He smiled bitterly and said, let's not talk about this for now. Back to what happened earlier. Suddenly bringing up so much silver, father. Are you not worried that someone in court will guess something? The black-clothed swordsman didn't answer this question. Instead, he chuckled and asked, young master, you seem to have grown a lot bolder recently. When the minister sent the news, you really began to prepare to transfer money. You even didn't hesitate to reach out to the Sun family and the Xiong family. Aren't you afraid that the imperial court will notice something? The moment this was said, Fan Xian sank into silence. The black-clad bladesman did not continue asking, In the 3 years after the Jingdo Rebellion, the business Fan Xian secretly carried out in Yuchang had been done very carefully. He did not seek to be meritorious. Instead, he sought to be seamless. The progress was truly too slow. However, Fan Xian had no choice but to do this. Furthermore, his father, who was far away in Danzhou, seemed to agree with his caution. After all, with the emperor on the throne, no one dared to take the risk of stirring up trouble. If things got out, it would only be a scene of blood and fire. However, it seemed that Fan Xian and Fan Jian, father and son, had both begun to increase their pace. Fan Xian knew that his father had increased his pace because he knew that his heart was beginning to gradually drift in that direction. The black-clothed swordsman's next words confirmed Fan Xian's guess. If young master wants to do something in the future, don't forget about me, the black-clothed swordsman said with a smile. I am also very interested in killing my way into the royal palace. The corners of Fan Xian's mouth twitched slightly. What I am interested in is, are you planning to avenge your family, or those colleagues who died on Dong Mountain? Is there a difference? There is indeed no difference. For you and those tiger guards hiding in the dark, the emperor has never seen you as people. It is normal for you not to see him as a ruler. Fan Xian lowered his eyelids slightly and quietly said, but if you say this in front of me, are you not afraid that I will actually kill you? You should know the relationship between the emperor and me, the black-clothed swordsman calmly said. I know the relationship between you and the minister even better. Very contradictory. Fan Xian smiled inside. You are a group of powerful swordsmen, but you are also a group of dangerous people. Even I don't know if I can control you. Thus, I think it would be best for you to stay by father's side, including the dark tiger guards at your side. Don't try to get involved in my matters. A faint disappointment flashed through the black-clothed swordsman's eyes. Only father can control you, and I want to control everything in my own hands, so I can't use you. Fan Xian gradually withdrew his smile and calmly said, I have my own power. You only have one thing. You must ensure father's safety. As long as you can do this, and let me have no worries, perhaps I can achieve your and your brother's goal. The black-clothed swordsman fell silent. The silence lasted for a long time. Fan Xian took a sip of the cold tea at his side, and unconsciously drew up his legs. Hugging his knees, he sat on the chair. This posture was not very beautiful, but it gave him a sense of security. It was in this instant that he thought of the second prince. Looking at the black-clothed swordsman in front of him, he also thought of Gouda and the innocent people who had bled and died because of the emperor's schemes. He even thought of Chen Pingping and Jing Ge, who had slit Qin Heng's throat in front of the royal palace in Jingdo. It had been a while since he had seen Jing Ge. A glimmer of light flashed through Fan Xian's eyes. He thought of how Chen Pingping had done so many things in secret, and pulled back many people from the brink of death. His father had actually done similar things in secret these years. These two old comrades in arms had not communicated much, but they both chose the same method. They probably both knew that only people who had truly experienced life and death would have the courage to stand in this world and resist all the pressure placed on them. Only people who had survived life and death could stand bravely, even proudly and ruthlessly under the light of imperial power. This was probably the problem of will that Siga Jian spoke of. It had nothing to do with the level of one's cultivation. Only such people could truly do great things, such as the black-clothed swordsman in front of him, and the silver-masked Jing Ge. Go back and talk. I will resolve the problem of silver as soon as possible. However, to turn the paper in the money house into the nutrients that fish intestines needs is a very difficult matter. Fan Xian looked at the black-clothed swordsman and said cautiously, I am worried that there are spies from the palace at my side. That is why I sought out Guan Wumei to be my shadow on this trip to Weizhou. If the internal court, the Ministry of Justice, or the Imperial Censorate find something, they will only suspect this much. You have to be careful and not be targeted. The problem is, young master, you came to see Guan Wumei to raise money for fish intestines. The black-clothed swordsman furrowed his brows. What if the other party investigates from this side? You and I are like the other side of a cliff, forever a one-way connection. Even if someone wants to investigate, At most, they will find me and not be able to investigate further. As for the direction of the flow of silver, the first part of the process in the accounts will be handled by the old officials of the Ministry of Revenue my father left in Jiangnan. As for the latter part of the conversion, Fan Xian lowered his head slightly. It seemed that he also felt this matter was difficult. Slowly he said, I can handle a portion. Then, it will depend on how things are in Dongyi. If there are goods coming in from overseas, it should be able to speed things up. Then I will leave. Although the black-clothed swordsman felt that Fan Xian had not finished what he should have said, he knew he had to leave. Raising his hands in greeting, he said, However, during these 3 years, I have always been curious about something. Fan Xian raised his eyes to look at him and smiled. What is it? Why is it called fish intestines? After a long silence, Fan Xian said, Fish intestines is a sword used by a person called Zhuanzhu. It is a sword hidden in the belly of a fish. This sword may forever be hidden in the belly of the fish and never see the light of day. Once it breaks out of the belly, it will certainly pierce into someone's chest. You are a handful of fish intestines. Jingge was once a handful of fish intestines. The shadow beside me is also a handful of fish intestines, Fan Xian said with a slight smile. However, you are all beginning to see the light of day. Only my fish intestines are still hidden. Fan Xian stayed in Weizhou for a night and discussed the matter of gathering silver with Guan Wumei. Xia Qifei was in Suzhou and would not be able to rush over no matter what. He could only use Guan Wumei's mouth to remind the master of the New Ming family of the importance of this matter. The next day, the representatives sent out by the Lingnan Xiong family and Chuanzhou Sun family arrived in Weizhou. Fan Xian only watched from the shadows. After confirming the possible attitudes of these 2 giants, he relaxed. The New Ming family's excuse was indeed very practical. Although there was still no news from the north, the Sun and Xiong families would not believe that Xia Qifei would lie to them on this matter, because there was no benefit to such a lie. When merchants lent money to each other, the key was still to consider the other party's ability to repay. In the eyes of the Sun and Xiong families, even if the Northern Qi court began to vigorously attack the Ming families smuggling to the north because of the Dongyi matter, Sir Fan Jr. was still behind the Ming family. With the endless supply of goods from the palace treasury as a guarantee, it would always be a golden nest. No matter what, it was impossible for them to not be able to repay the money. After confirming that this sum of silver would arrive, Fan Xian secretly had Guan Wumei notify Xia Qifei to have him invite Yang Jimei to a banquet in Hua Garden. Presumably, the leading salt merchant in Jiangnan had a lot of silver hidden in his manor. It would not be too difficult for Xia Qifei to borrow silver from him. If Yang Jimei could not raise it by himself, he would mobilize the Jiangnan salt merchants to help. It had to be said that Fan Xian had endured in Jiangnan for 2 or 3 years, and had indeed laid down a solid foundation. As long as he did not, on the surface, touch the foundation of the court, he had the ability to gather the power of the Jiangnan business world. This power was truly astonishing. To be able to raise so much silver in such a short time was not something anyone could do. These matters took up an entire day for Fan Xian. At dusk, he left Weizhou and disappeared into the color of blood. From that day onwards, not only did his subordinates in Jiangnan not know where he had gone, even his trusted aides in the Overwatch Council and Qinian unit had completely lost track of him. A young 9th-level ace who had immersed himself in the Overwatch Council for a lifetime purposely put on a disguise and went on the road. He had the ability to avoid everyone's gaze. Just like this, Fan Xian disappeared. After an indeterminable number of days, when the feeling of spring in the heart of the land had reached its peak, a travel-worn figure appeared outside a large call on the border between northern Qi and Dongyi. This place was very remote, but the traffic was not behind, because this was a transfer point on an old trade route many years ago. However, it had been abandoned for a long time, and had long disappeared from the map. It had also disappeared from many people's hearts. Looking from the outside of the mountain, the place was quiet. Occasionally, there was the sound of dogs barking and chickens crying. There were farmers walking along the road. It was already late at night, But the occasional farmer that appeared did not seem to need a light to see the slightly wet and muddy fields beneath his feet. The figure quietly brushed past these farmers and headed into the mountain. The path toward the mountain seemed to twist and turn like a fish intestine winding back and forth. The travel-worn figure walked straight into the mountain. After walking for an indeterminable amount of time, his clothes dripped with dew and his cloth shoes broke dead branches. Finally, he climbed halfway up the mountain. What had been an overgrown mountain village in front of him turned his head and saw the flickering lights and manners all over the mountain. Countless buildings emanating a fresh smell appeared in the mountain valley, like a miracle. The figure threw down the bamboo stick in his hand and looked at the lights in the belly of the mountain. For some reason, he felt very moved in his heart, to the point that his eyes were almost moist. He knew that this scene hidden behind the farm, hidden in the peach blossom spring, had used up a great deal of his energy and money. He didn't know how many people had paid for it. Chapter 666. Busyness, a cold and a stomachache. These 3 mountains have tormented me for a few days. It is truly tiring. Sigh. In the deep spring of the 10th year of the Qing calendar, Fan Xian came to Ten Family Village, for the first time in the secluded mountain village he called Fish Intestines. This mountain village appeared remote and peaceful, deep in the mountains. However, the lights in the night were dazzling. They outshone the multitude of stars in the sky and moved one's heart. There were certainly more than 10 families in Ten Family Village. On the road leading from the main road to the call in the mountains, there were far more than 10 farmers by the fields and springs. Those farmers were not true farmers. They were patrolmen used to block off the inside and outside of the mountains and protect the secrets in the mountains. Fan Xian was able to pass through these lines of defense and easily enter Ten Family Village because of these lines of defense and the particularly meticulous security arrangements. They had all been single-handedly made by him. The defense arrangements that gathered the wisdom of countless officials of the 2nd and 6th Bureau of the Overwatch Council were indeed very powerful. When Fan Xian was making the plans, the officials of the Overwatch Council only knew bits and pieces. They had not thought that these blueprints would become reality on the outskirts of a small mountain village in the northeast of the land. Walking along the small mountain path, he had just passed a pond when he saw the densely packed and picturesque buildings revealing their true appearance under the starlight. Fan Xian's heart jumped. He stood there and sighed to himself. He thought that even if outsiders accidentally entered this place, they would probably only think it was a large manor built in the mountains by some wealthy family, just by looking at the buildings outside. He stopped and his figure was revealed under the starlight. Then, a dozen crossbow bolts poked out of the darkness and aimed at him. Fan Xian lowered his head and hid his appearance in the darkness. He then pulled up the hood on his back and covered his head. Only then did he take out a small token from his waist and flash it at the crossbow bolts full of murderous intent. A person who looked like a worker walked out of the darkness and carefully approached Fan Xian. He accepted the small token and looked at it carefully for a long time before he waved his hand and had the crossbow bolts disappear in the darkness behind him. The worker led the way, leading Fan Xian around the stone paths between the courtyards. They came to an isolated place. After confirming that no one was watching, he dropped to his knees and said excitedly, "Greetings, Commissioner." Fan Xian looked at him with a slight smile. This was one of the first members of the Qinian unit, and an expert that Wang Qinian had helped him recruit back in the day. It had been 2 years since they had seen each other. It was clear that this secret agent had not expected Sir Fan Jr. to suddenly appear in Ten Family Village. It was difficult for him to suppress his excitement. "It's been hard on you these past few years." Fan Xian looked at the worker and said, "For now, don't leak the news of my arrival. First, take me to see the old shopkeepers." "Yes." The worker bowed respectfully and suddenly said, "The old master also came 2 days ago." Fan Xian was shocked and asked, "When did this happen?" 8 days ago." "Quick, take me to him." 2 dark figures walked through the buildings of Ten Family Village under the accompaniment of starlight. Fan Xian couldn't resist using his peripheral vision to size up these buildings that were different in height from normal residences. He looked at the specially designed doors, windows, and ventilation systems. He wondered if they were empty or already filled with things. Although everything in this village had been built bit by bit with the silver he had provided, it was still a very important matter. Thus, Fan Xian had cut himself off from everything here these 2 years. Even his most loyal subordinates in Jiangnan did not know that he had hidden such a village in a certain corner of the land. This was also Fan Xian's first time coming here personally. Other than feeling moved and sentimental, he also couldn't help but be curious. He wondered what those people, silver, and blueprints had changed the village in the 2 years after they were gathered together. The two of them walked into a small courtyard deep in the village. There was still a dim light in the room, making Fan Xian's shadow appear very thin and long as it fell on the stone steps. Fan Xian quietly said something to the secret agent of the Qinian unit. The secret agent smiled and left. He did not arrange for anyone to guard this place. If someone could actually enter deep into 10 Family Village and threaten Sir Fan Jr., then it would be unnecessary to send anyone else. Fan Xian tidied his clothes outside the room and walked in. Facing the stern-looking middle-aged man behind the desk, he knelt down on both knees and made a full bow. In a sincere voice he said, "Greetings, Father." The retired Minister of Revenue, Fan Jian, had not been in Danzhou to be filial to his mother and take Lady Lu on a trip to the sea. Instead, he had appeared in this small mountain village between Dongyi and northern Qi. This was truly an unexpected scene. Minister Fan looked at his son in front of him. Surprise flashed through his heart. Immediately, it became complicated. He smiled warmly and helped him up. The father and son had not seen each other for more than 2 years. They were worthy of Fan Xian's bow. However, the former minister knew that his son was not someone who liked to kneel to others. From this kneel, he vaguely sensed something. Fan Jian did not open his mouth to ask. Fan Xian also did not say that from his sister's mouth and the story of the past. He had already guessed what kind of painful price the Fan Manor had paid for his survival. "Father, why have you personally come?" Fan Xian helped his father sit properly in the chair. Looking at the faint white hair on his head, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Counting his years, his father should be in his hometown in retirement. However, because of Fan Xian's matters, these 2 years had still tired the old man out. His father's personal visit to 10 Family Village made him feel a glimmer of surprise. Fan Jian smiled slightly and said, "Although I am in Danzhou and can remotely control the construction of this place, after 3 years of accumulation, constant dripping wears away a rock. The preparatory work for 10 Family Village is pretty much done. If you truly have the courage to rebuild a palace treasury here, if I don't personally oversee it, I cannot be at ease no matter what." A second palace treasury? So this remote 10 Family Village bore the weight of Fan Xian's great ambition. Ever since the Jingdou Rebellion, Fan Xian had secretly rescued a number of old Qingyu Hall shopkeepers from the capital. Additionally, he had been in charge of the palace treasury for a long time. A few years ago, he had made a copy of the palace treasury techniques in Northman. Additionally, with his present wealth and power, as well as the innate things in his transmigrated soul, if the heavens were truly willing to give him 10 years, perhaps he could actually turn this remote mountain village into a second palace treasury. What was the palace treasury? It was the foundation that supported the Qing kingdom's military strength for 30 years. It was an endless source that the Qing emperor used to supplement the national treasury and people's livelihood. It was not an exaggeration to say that the palace treasury was one of the 2 sources of the Qing kingdom's strength. The other was the emperor himself. However, Fan Xian wanted to rebuild a palace treasury outside of the Qing kingdom. Without question, this was the most important decision Fan Xian had made in his life. If this decision truly became a reality many years later, the entire world would change because of this matter. The Qing kingdom would no longer have the natural ability to smile proudly in the world. What exactly did Fan Xian want to do? Presently, the situation in the world was complicated. Furthermore, this matter was a major matter that could shake the foundation of the Qing kingdom. Thus, during these 2 years, Fan Jian and Fan Xian had worked in great secrecy, Progress had been slow. They only hoped to not draw the attention of the people under heaven, and did not ask for speed. If, in the future, a second palace treasury truly appeared outside the Qing kingdom's borders, it went without saying what kind of powerful blow and damage it would bring to the Qing kingdom's national strength. Thus, Fan Xian hid this matter from everyone under heaven. He only dared to carefully discuss it with his father in secret. If you leave Danzhou for too long, I'm afraid it will cause discussion. Fan Xian was not in a hurry to discuss the problem of a second palace treasury with his father. Instead, he spoke with slight worry. Although Fan Jian had retired, seeing how the emperor had used a sword to kill people and slaughtered over 100 tiger guards, the emperor did not trust this trusted companion he had grown up with. Presumably, there were many spies from the palace stationed in Danzhou. If Fan Jian was not willing to retire in Danzhou, the news of him leaving Danzhou should immediately be sent back to Jingdou. Your Overwatch Council combed through Danzhou, and my people combed through it again. Fan Jian gazed at his son and smiled warmly. The emperor does indeed appear to be undefeatable, but he is not a god. His energy is limited. It is impossible for him to grasp all the minute changes under heaven, particularly since you are secretly hiding it from him. As for me leaving Danzhou, it was originally to wander around Dongyi. The smile of the previous minister appeared slightly amused. Before I entered the Ministry of Revenue, I was a famous wastrel in Jingdou. Now that I have retired and returned to my hometown, it is natural for me to go to a prosperous place like Dongyi to paint some beauties. The emperor cannot fly into a rage because of this. It's still not appropriate. I just come occasionally to take a look and keep an eye on the progress. Fan Xian looked at his father. Other than worry, there was also an additional sense of guilt. He had never wanted his father and Chen Pingping to be involved in this incomparably dangerous matter. However, when it came to the matter of 10 Family Village, at the beginning, he had no clue at all. How could they rebuild a palace treasury from nothing? He was not his mother Yi Qingmei. Although he had a ready-made old shopkeeper of the Yi family, who had once experienced the construction of the palace treasury in North Min, had a large pile of records of the various processes of the palace treasury, and was even familiar with the layout of the 3 workshops of the palace treasury in North Min. He still felt lost and retreated when it came to building a new palace treasury. The night before Minister Fan left Jingdou, he talked with him for an entire night, and cleared up many of his doubts. When Minister Fan discovered that his son was using the eldest princess rebellion to prepare to rescue the old shopkeepers of Qingyu Hall in Jingdou, he knew what Fan Xian was thinking in his heart. Thus he spoke openly and honestly to his son. Building another palace treasury is more difficult than you imagine. This is an inauspicious matter that will shake the Qing kingdom and change the situation of the entire world. That night, Minister Fan said to him with sincere and heartfelt words, "I am a person of the Qing kingdom. Of course, I do not want you to do this. If you can convince me, you can leave the beginning matters to me." At that time, Fan Xian did not want to completely break off relations with the Qing emperor. He also did not want to become a sinner of the Qing kingdom, and put the Qing kingdom he had grown up in into great danger. However, he still unconsciously began to dig up the foundations of the Qing kingdom. He only used 2 sentences to convince Fan Xian. This is not the palace treasury. This is what Mother left for this world. If Mother was still alive, she would not want the emperor to use her legacy to satisfy his personal ambitions. But your mother also hoped for the world to be unified. I don't understand those very mysterious things, but I understand women, Fan Xian said to his father in that quiet night. That quiet night, Fan Xian said very seriously to his father, "I only know that if Mother was alive, she would not want the wealth she left behind to forever be held in the hands of the man who murdered her." Minister Fan was silent for a long time that night. He then nodded. With this nod 2 years passed. The father and son, who had the most money in their hands, began to secretly do something that was destined to shock the world. Perhaps what the 2 of them had done was too inconceivable, so not a single force had found out about it. This was also the result of Fan Xian's extreme caution. During these 2 years, other than the secret flow of money, He did not use any of the power at hand to help Tin Family Village grow. This little village was like a child who had been released into the wild, slowly growing among the green grass of the mountain. As for whether he would continue to release the sheep after he grew up, or be released into the wild, that was a matter for many years in the future. Fan Xian did not ask him what Fan Xian would use Tin Family Village for if, many years from now, 2 palace treasuries truly appeared in this world. Fan Xian also did not ask his father why, as a subject of the Qing kingdom, he would make such a choice just because of the grudge between his mother and the emperor. The old shopkeeper of Qingyu Hall, who had escaped from Jingdo, came to Tin Family Village. The craftsmanship secrets Fan Xian had stolen from the palace treasury came to Tin Family Village. Minister Fan's most secretive power also came to Tin Family Village. The silver Fan Xian had gathered from all over the world also came to Tin Family Village, and the depression deep in the mountains. Secrets, money, and martial power fermented in this obscure little place for 2 years. No matter how careful the Fan father and son were, Tin Family Village was already prepared to expand. They had completed all the basic construction, and were ready to become a second palace treasury. Thus, Minister Fan had the black-clothed knife man bring a message to Fan Xian that a large sum of silver was needed. This point of time was actually much earlier than Fan Xian had originally predicted. From the beginning of the plan, he had never thought that he could be mentioned in the same breath as his mother, Yi Qingmei. Yi Qingmei had not taken many years to build the palace treasury, because she had the support of the entire Qing royal family and Uncle Wu Zhu to protect her. Furthermore, her abilities had always far surpassed Fan Xian's. Minister Fan clearly saw Fan Xian's confusion. He smiled warmly and said, "Those old fellows of Qingyu Hall were all old people who had participated in the building of the palace treasury. This is the second time, so it should be easier." Fan Xian smiled and shook his head. "But it's still faster than I thought." When we were repairing the palace treasury, Minister Fan seemed to think of many years ago, in the wastelands of North Min. He smiled. "Your mother was actually impatient, and didn't want to deal with these details. Lao Wu was someone who wouldn't open his mouth even once a year. Thus I did all of these small and mundane tasks." So he was the supervisor of the building of the palace treasury. No wonder Tin Family Village had developed so quickly. Fan Xian looked at his father, and involuntarily felt a sense of admiration. He thought to himself that there was indeed a reason why the emperor was so afraid of his father, and was willing to lose 100 tiger guards to wipe clean his father's power in the capital. Furthermore, Tin Family Village's location is good. You've never been here before, so I didn't have the opportunity to tell you. Minister Fan continued to smile, but the red streaks in his eyes revealed his exhaustion. After all, he was getting on in years. Regardless of whether it was in Danzhou or here, this former Minister of Revenue had single-handedly taken care of such important matters. His mind was exhausted. Fan Xian spread out a large map on the table. It was flat. Fan Xian moved closer and used the dim light to look at the markings on the map. Because of the markings, he easily found the tiny Tin Family Village in the middle and east of the map. His eyes gradually lit up. The geographical location of Tin Family Village was indeed as his father had said. It was miraculous. If in the future, they could open the road to the southeast and directly reach the shores of the East Sea, it would be easy to reach Dongyi. If Tin Family Village remained quiet, the people outside would have no idea what was happening inside. If we act immediately, there will be a large amount of supplies entering. It will no longer be like the ants moving around the past 2 years. It will certainly draw the attention of many people. Even if your silver is in your account, don't think twice about whether or not to act. Fan Xian saw the faint excitement in Fan Xian's heart, and reminded him with a smile. Fan Xian's smile immediately became bitter. If he truly wanted to turn Tin Family Village into the palace treasury of North Min, hiring was one reason. Large amounts of supplies entering was another. The simple blast furnace and steel installation could not be hidden from the eyes of an idiot. Everyone would probably guess what was going on inside. Given the importance of the palace treasury to the Qing kingdom, as long as the court discovered the slightest abnormality, The emperor would not hesitate to send troops to the north and attack Dongyi at all costs, destroying the embryonic form of the new palace treasury in Tin Family Village. Of course, even if the emperor sends troops to attack, the location of Tin Family Village is special. It is easy to ask for reinforcements. It will not be easy to attack. Fan Xian's thinking manner was not like that of a Qing official. He was more like a traitor. Coldly he said, Tin Family Village was originally the Yi family village. Most of your mother's subordinates came from this village. In order to protect the secret of this place, the Yi family village changed its name and became the Tin Family Village of today. And this village was the first place your mother chose when she built the palace treasury. However, for some other reason, she relocated the location of the palace treasury within the Qing kingdom to North Min, which is very close to Chuanzhou. We chose Tin Family Village anew because we believe in your mother's foresight. Fan Jian looked at Fan Xian calmly and said, Other than your mother and Lao Wu, only I knew of this position. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack. More importantly, this is a place that none of the three powers in the world can fully devote themselves to. Fan Xian was silent for a long time. He then said, I would rather be careful and slow than let the emperor discover any clues. Your mother is no longer here. Although we have many natural advantages in our hands, it is impossible to build a palace treasury in Tin Family Village out of thin air, without a number of years of effort and the power of a country. Fan Xian closed his eyes slightly. You had the intention to move the palace treasury out of the Qing kingdom, to use this as a pretense to threaten the emperor. It was necessary to be cautious at the beginning. Fan Xian was not surprised that his father had so easily seen through his thoughts. In a quiet voice he said, Even if it is a pretense, it has to be real. Furthermore, who knows what will happen many years later? After all, the emperor is not a god. There will come a day when he will die. Thus, the moment you agreed to move a large amount of silver into Tin Family Village, I began to have doubts. Fan Xian opened his eyes and sighed heavily. Do you think the emperor will actually act against Chen Pingping? Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then said, I don't know. Fan Xian's gaze pressed on him coldly. What if the emperor actually moves? Fan Xian was silent and didn't answer the question. He only thought of the Tin Family Village that his cloth shoes had stepped on. This village was still very quiet now. But in the future, it would certainly be incomparably dazzling. Regardless of how the internal affairs of the Qing court developed, or whether or not there would be a great battle, Fan Xian always maintained one attitude in his heart. The palace treasury was not the palace treasury. It had come from a distant world, and should benefit the people of the present. It could not become the logistics department of a vast army. Presumably, Yi Qingmei also thought this way. A certain person had killed her, and her things still had to help him fight for the world. If Yi Qingmei knew of this, her heart would certainly hurt. Fan Xian felt great pity for the mother he had never met. The more he felt pity for her, the more he didn't want her heart to hurt. Chapter 667. In a quiet little courtyard, a quiet person, and a quiet chest, there was a similar amount of pain. Minister Fan carried a glimmer of pity and warmth as he looked at his son, who had his head lowered and was speechless. After a moment of silence, he quietly asked, Let's not talk about Chen Pingping. I only want to ask you, from the moment you decided to personally step into Tin Family Village, presumably you already knew about the matter from many years ago. Regarding that matter, how are you going to deal with it? Fan Xian did not reply. Instead, he asked, When did you think of it? Probably after the Jingdo rebellion. Fan Jian's expression was calm. Fan Jian's expression was calm as he said in a gentle voice, Even if I wanted to, I didn't want to think about it in that direction. In the end, the emperor is the emperor, and I am his official. I started thinking in that direction a long time ago, Fan Xian said bitterly. At that time, I had already guessed my past, but I didn't have a shred of good feelings toward the emperor. So when I thought in that direction, I could accept it emotionally. But, he let out a slow breath and said in a slightly raspy voice, Later, the emperor treated me better and better. I was less and less willing to think in that direction, even though I knew long ago that other than him, no one in this world could banish Yi Qingmei from this world. But I didn't want to think in that direction. Fan Xian's brows were furrowed tightly. For the first time, I felt confused. In the past, I had once told you that I would not allow anyone to control me. My will was strong enough and would never be disturbed by external things. However, on this matter, I was truly beginning to feel confused. He raised his head and glanced at his father helplessly. If you were in my position, what would you do? Concerning this question, Fan Xian had actually thought about it clearly on the banks of the Lujing River, in Jingdou by the side of the grave. However, Fan Jian should have the power and right to speak on this matter. Thus, Fan Xian had come to Tin Family Village, to Qing Kingdom's fish intestine, and quietly listened to his father's instructions. Fan Jian was silent for a long time. He then looked at him and asked, "You have to ask your heart how you really think of the emperor. That depends on how he thinks of me." Fan Xian followed these words very quickly. Presumably, he had asked himself countless times over the countless nights. "What does he think of you?" Fan Jian warmly smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about my attitude. After all, he and I grew up together. Although I feel disappointed and resentful towards him, to be honest, I can't bring myself to hate him too much." Fan Xian smiled helplessly, and then sank into deep thought. Concerning this matter, he had thought about it many times. Before the Jingdou rebellion, the emperor probably felt 30% guilty toward Fan Xian, 30% valued him, and 40% used him. After so many people had died in the palace, the emperor's personality had clearly changed a great deal. Starting from the spring when he entered the capital in the 4th year of the Qing calendar, Fan Xian had to admit that perhaps the emperor was a harsh and merciless person. However, when it came to how he treated him, there was indeed an anomaly. Even if he had been used in the past, it was an acceptable use. If the emperor still had a sliver of true affection for the people of this world, then that sliver would fall on Fan Xian's head. The emperor treated Fan Xian better than the crown prince and the second prince, much less that pitiful woman who had given up her youth and reputation for the emperor. Quietly listening to Fan Xian's words, Fan Jian gently stroked the beard on his chin and sighed. It is easy to change mountains and rivers, but it is difficult to change a person's nature. Even though the emperor's personality has become much warmer, in the end, he is still a ruler who thinks of the world as his own. Speaking of which, how you treat the emperor depends on how the emperor treats you. However, how the emperor treats you depends on how you treat him. He looked at his young son and said with slight worry, "The emperor treats you differently because ever since you entered the capital, you have always displayed unwavering loyalty. This is also something I admire about you. You are young, yet you know how to guess what you have guessed and cover up all the conflicts in your heart. You even hid it from the emperor's eyes. However, once the emperor becomes interested, you are not a simple official. Once he truly begins to doubt your loyalty, there will be a fundamental change in his attitude toward you." "The emperor is heartless," Fan Jian reminded him, "particularly when the power in your hands is so great that it can even faintly threaten the stability of the Qing Kingdom's dragon throne. If he discovers that there is something strange in your heart, he will certainly mobilize the absolute power in his hands to kill you." Fan Xian was silent. He knew what his father said was right. The biggest problem he had committed in his planning these few years was that he had never made up his mind. Regardless of whether it was to avenge Yi Qingmei, or to wipe away the events of the past and obediently and timidly be a powerful official by the dragon throne, he had to make a decision ahead of time. His mind was so uncertain and indecisive right now. It was truly too embarrassing. "This is a difficult problem for anyone to solve," Fan Xian said with a bitter smile. He smiled bitterly and thought to himself that in his previous life, such a dramatic conflict and inner struggle could probably only be found in Shakespeare's plays. Who would have thought that the drama of a father killing his mother, and the son being caught in the middle would actually fall on him? Fan Xian looked at him calmly with a strange gaze. A moment later he said, "Actually, after Qin Pingping confirmed that matter and I guessed it, he and I also considered your problem. However, We truly did not think that it was a problem that was difficult to resolve. Fan Xian didn't quite understand these words. Fan Xian looked at him. His gaze grew gentler and gentler. He sighed and said, Anji, you truly are an extraordinary person. I had thought that you had never seen your birth mother, and had grown up under the emperor's protection. The emperor had treated you very well. Logically speaking, you shouldn't have any deep feelings for Xiao Yezi, given the affection the emperor had for you. Even if you knew about the tragedy of the past, you probably wouldn't be able to summon up the thought of revenge against the emperor for your birth mother. Fan Xian couldn't resist shaking his head and said, Sometimes I really don't understand you. Fan Xian had never seen Yi Qingmei in his life. He hadn't grown up healthily under her care. The emperor had treated him well. The hatred of killing my mother is absolutely irreconcilable, Fan Xian said quietly self-mockingly. Of course, you know that I could not have made a decision because of this reason. It was because Yi Qingmei's aura in this world made Fan Xian feel so familiar, so close, and so amiable. Perhaps it had nothing to do with the feelings of a mother and son. It was just that two connected souls had suddenly gotten closer and closer in this spacious and bustling other world. For Fan Xian, Yi Qingmei was someone who had gone before. Someone who had come, and then left another version of himself. Not fair. Fan Xian looked at his father. For some reason his heart ached. In an indescribable tone he quietly said, If we just let it go like this, it would be too unfair to her. Minister Fan was silent for a long time. He then said, It is indeed unfair. Perhaps it was because of the word unfair that the old cripple in the Overwatch Council had endured silently for 20 years and planned for 20 years. Carefully and miraculously, he had followed the general trend of the world and the court. He had spent countless efforts to drive all of the emperor's people, one by one, to the opposite side of the emperor. It was said that if there were dogs in the world, Ping Ping would chase them. In the end, the old cripple had finally succeeded. Everything that had happened in the 7th year of the Qing calendar had been a point he had calculated and waited for a long time. Under the circumstances at the time, the Qing emperor faced the greatest danger of his life. The wind had risen on Dong Mountain and gathered clouds. However, the emperor had still returned alive from Dong Mountain. The Justice Chun Pingping wanted became a flower in the mirror and a shadow in the water. He would not be able to find a second chance. I have to make arrangements for Chun Pingping first. Fan Xian had already shaken off his earlier emotions. Looking at his father, he quietly said, Of the old comrades from back then, some have died, some have rebelled, and some are still struggling. The director is different from you. He has always been dissatisfied. That is why he has endured in Jingdo these 2 years. Now that you have taken the position of director, it looks like the emperor still wants to give us old fellows a way out, Fan Xian said with a warm smile. Fan Jian smiled warmly. As long as nothing unforeseen happens, His Majesty will probably let that old dog leave the capital. Don't worry. A faint worry rose in Fan Xian's heart. He didn't know where this worry came from. He just felt that things wouldn't go so smoothly. In his original plan, after Chun Pingping and his father were far away from Jingdo, he would deal with the emperor alone in Jingdo, and use the Dongyi matter to delay the emperor's steps for 2 years. He would listen to his words and observe his actions. It could be considered a safe move. Seeing the worry between Fan Xian's brows, Minister Fan furrowed his brows and asked, Is there any new movement in Jingdo? It is still the same as in the past year. The Imperial Censorate checks and balances the Overwatch Council, and He Zhongwei is doing very well. Fan Xian shook his head. Recently, other than Sun Jingxiu's side, nothing major has happened in the capital. Minister Fan's expression froze slightly. He asked about the matter of the Jingdo government a while ago. After thinking silently for a long time, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, This matter is strange. Fan Xian was slightly surprised and looked at his father. He didn't know where to start. The internal strife in the officialdom in Jingdo was clearly on a completely different level compared to the major matter the father and son had discussed earlier. Yet his father took it so seriously. From the Imperial Censorate to the Hall of Governmental Affairs, and then you taking over the Overwatch Council, Fan Xian said in a cold voice. Fan Jian said in a cold voice. This is something we have discussed before. The emperor has arranged for the Qing kingdom behind him. At the moment, Dong Yi is still negotiating. The matter of the northern expedition has not even begun to be prepared. The emperor's arrangement this time is clearly too rushed. He wants to help He Zhongwei into power to check and balance you, causing these things. Fan Xian shook his head and sighed. Too rushed, too rushed. Fan Xian understood his father's words, and also sank into deep thought. It was indeed so. During these 2 years, the emperor seemed to have been too anxious to make future arrangements for the Qing court. His speed had been a bit too rushed. A gust of mountain wind blew in through the open glass window, bringing with it a chill. The light in the study flickered for a while, illuminating the father and son's expressions. After a moment of oppressive silence, Fan Xian lowered his voice and said, Is there something wrong with the emperor's body? Fan Xian thought for a long time, and then shook his head. You have more people in the palace than I do, even more than Chen Pingping. If you haven't received any news, then it cannot be confirmed. But if the emperor truly has a problem with his body, he would certainly hide it, Fan Xian said with a heavy expression. If he is sick, he has to go to the Imperial Academy of Medicine for treatment. Fan Xian looked at him and said, As long as there is a record in the Imperial Academy of Medicine, presumably you have the ability to see it. No. Fan Xian shook his head. These 2 years, I have been paying close attention to this area, but there has been no news in the palace. If there is something wrong with the emperor's body, and he has not summoned the imperial doctors to treat it, then there is only one reason. Fan Xian sat up straight and slowly said, The problem with the emperor's body is something he knows very well. It is impossible for the imperial doctors to cure it. Fan Xian's heart jumped, and he unconsciously said, Is there still a problem with the tyrannical Jinshi that has reached the realm of the way of the emperor? Fan Xian smiled and shook his head. Logically speaking, at the realm of a great grandmaster, normal poisons should not be able to enter the heart meridians. What problem could there be? Never mind. This is just a wild guess from you and me without any reason. You can't take this matter seriously. Fan Xian also smiled and said, That is true. However, I am very interested in how the emperor crossed that barrier and practiced the way of the King Scroll. It is a pity that the emperor always said that I would not be able to use that method, so I have never had a clue. Where are you going next? Fan Xian suddenly asked. To Dong Yi. Fan Xian was startled. He didn't know why his father would suddenly ask this. Concerning the matter of the nameless martial secret, I can't give any opinion. Since you are going to Dong Yi, there should be someone you can ask about whether or not the emperor has a problem with his cultivation. Fan Xian looked at him calmly and said, Siga Jian is about to die. Before he dies, if you can make some progress, you will be able to protect yourself in the future. Fan Xian laughed bitterly. It was difficult to improve one step further. Although Siga Jian had already taught him everything he knew in Dong Yi, what could he do? However, he knew his father was right. Concerning the secret of the nameless martial secret, and how the emperor was able to break through the final restrictions of the tyrannical scroll on the human body, Siga Jian was, without question, his last teacher. Chapter 668. I haven't been feeling well. Maybe it's because the legendary days have finally arrived. The low tide, the so-called low tide, has finally arrived. I don't know if it's a psychological problem or something else, but I'm under a lot of pressure. I can't extricate myself. I've been sitting there for 4 hours, but my mind is empty. I'm not drunk, I'm not sick, there's nothing. I just can't write anymore. My hands are placed on the keyboard, and I start to feel disgusted. This state is very strange. It happened twice when I was writing about Suzaku, but this is the first time I'm writing about the year after Qingyu. I've tried to analyze my recent mental state. Being busy and tired is part of the reason, but I think the real reason why I'm writing harder and harder is the year of Qingyu itself. This story is slowly coming to an end. Maybe it's because I subconsciously don't want to write the end, so I'm starting to feel disgusted with every word I type. Because there's a fixed content. Every additional word you write will reduce the content of the story by 1 word. and then it will get smaller and smaller, until there's nothing left. I'm sick of this feeling. It's probably the same feeling I had when I read the last half of Jean Young's novel 20 years ago, and saw the number of pages between my thumb and index finger dwindle. I need to rest for a day. I need to adjust my mental state, and then force myself to wake up and fall into madness. I don't have any craziness, it's like I can't overcome it. I don't know if other writers have this feeling, but I do. I won't add this chapter. On the 15th, I'll only add the chapter where I asked for sick leave. Chapter 669. A milky white mist slowly accumulated in the mountain valley. However, the morning sun slowly rose over the eastern sea, painstakingly climbing over countless mountains. It threw its warmth and light into the air above the mountain manor, causing the white mist to slowly dissipate. It seemed that in just an instant, the sky had brightened. In the green mountain valley filled with trees, the birds chirped as they woke up. Dew dripped from the leaves. Freed from their heavy burden, the leaves bounced back happily like they were stretching. The entire mountain valley was filled with a fresh, breathing feeling. Fan Xian rubbed his slightly sore eyes and sat by the bed for a while before waking up. Last night, he had talked too long with his father and slept too late, so he was not used to it. Not many people in Ten Family Village knew of his arrival. There were no servants or serving girls in this place. When he pushed open the wooden door and felt the cool mountain wind hit his face, he couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the basin of hot water at his feet. Sitting on the threshold, he wrung out a towel in the basin of hot water and wiped his face forcefully until his cheeks were slightly red. Only then did he feel a sense of satisfaction. He threw the towel back into the basin and carried it into the courtyard to the side, indicating for his subordinates to keep quiet when they saw him. The entire morning, Fan Xian served his father, brought tea and water, cooked food and massaged his back. He had been reborn for 20 years. Most of it had been in Danzhou and Jingdou. It had also been 3 years since he had seen his father. He knew that he was not actually a competent son. It was rare that he was in a foreign mountain valley and had nothing else to worry about. He took his duties as a son seriously. Minister Fan was only surprised in the beginning. Once he understood what he was thinking, he only smiled and let him be. Calm and unruffled, he was served by his son, casually eating some plain porridge and white bread. The father and son pushed open the courtyard door and followed the wide straight path of Ten Family Village toward the large mountain beside the village. The straight path was still covered by a faint white mist. It was impossible to see clearly the cracks in the stone slabs under their feet. Fan Xian carefully supported his father. As they walked, he quietly spoke with him. The straight path had 3 horizontal and 1 vertical. Although it was in the white mist, it was possible to see that the standard was very high and very spacious. It did not match the height of the buildings in the mountain village at all. Fan Xian knew that this was an advanced preparation for future transportation needs. A branch of peach blossom peeked out from the white fog. Minister Fan pointed at it and quietly said something. Fan Xian, who was at his side, nodded repeatedly. Next to another stone well, Minister Fan said a few more words, and Fan Xian nodded again. On the way out in the morning, Minister Fan warmly explained to Fan Xian what the workshop would be used for in the future, who would be stationed in the house, and how the 3 workshops would be placed if they were to rise again. Just like that, they talked and walked. It didn't take long for the father and son to walk along the stone path into the green mountain. They only stopped when they reached the side of the mountain next to a flying rock. The father and son turned their heads at the same time to look down the mountain. They saw a streak of golden light penetrating thousands of li from the east. In an instant, it swept away the white mist in the mountain valley, revealing its true appearance. There were countless different kinds of residences arranged in picturesque disorder in the valley, following the direction of the straight path. Between the green walls and black eaves, an occasional old tree peeked out. It was incomparably fresh. In the distance, they could faintly see a few wisps of smoke curling up from kitchen chimneys. Presumably, the people who had woken up early were boiling water and cooking. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked into the mountain valley. He saw the densely packed residences gradually growing farther and farther between the 2 mountains. They stretched out toward the east. He couldn't see the end. Last night, he had only seen the starlight beneath his feet. Now that he had seen its true appearance, he realized that the 10-family village was now such a grand existence. Thinking of the hard work of these 2 years, thinking of the people who had worked hard for the 10-family village, and seeing the results in front of him, a smile gradually spread between his brows, lips, and teeth. Treasuring a wall is a crime. Minister Fan supported his tired waist and smiled as he panted. Right now it is just a shell. If you actually put the gemstones in, and the news gets out, I'm afraid everyone in the world will come to take a bite out of you. Not many people have the power to bite me, Fan Xian replied with a smile. Minister Fan shook his head in disapproval. Although the valley is easy to defend and difficult to attack, how can a mere few thousand people stop the attack of a country's army? Last night, Father showed me the map. If the Emperor were to send out troops to attack, Dongyi and Northern Qi in between should have some reaction. Dongyi will soon be part of the Qing kingdom. That is only in name. Without 10 years of effort, it will be difficult for the Qing kingdom to peacefully bring Dongyi into their system. What about Dongyi themselves? Or perhaps the Northern Qi people? Minister Fan looked at him with a slight smile. The inheritance your mother left behind has great allure. No one can resist it. This place is already close to Northern Qi. How could the Northern Qi people let it go? Fan Xian smiled, and helped his father sit on a rock halfway up the mountain. After thinking for a moment, he said, I have a way to keep the little emperor in check on Northern Qi. Even if she is blinded by the diamonds, I have a way to make her give up on this idea. A second palace treasury has appeared in the world. Do you think the ruler of a country can just give it up if he says so? Minister Fan used an amused gaze to examine his son. Although I don't know where your confidence in the Northern Qi emperor comes from. If this matter were to get out, the civil and military officials of Northern Qi would certainly be drooling. Even if the little emperor doesn't want to offend you, how could he stop the will of the entire country? Fan Xian stood by his father's side and withdrew his gaze from below. With a pained smile, he said, What can I do? This has always been a hot potato. Putting aside the emperor's side for now, even in the future, if I want to protect this place, I need to be strong enough. All right, we'll do as you say. Putting aside the emperor for now, Minister Fan smiled. The father and son both knew that the greatest danger to 10-family village still came from the emperor in Jingdo. Let's talk about the 3 countries. You have to contend with them. How much power do you have right now to protect this place? I have the most 9th-level aces in the world under my command. Fan Xian was silent for a moment and then said seriously, More than the emperor. Are you sure Sigejian is willing to give those people to you? Minister Fan asked. Even if he is willing to give them to you, once he dies, how will you control the people in the sword hut? That will depend on how Sigejian handles it, Fan Xian replied. As for whether to give them or not, I don't think he needs to consider it. This matter has the greatest benefit for Dongyi. Speaking of benefits, I am truly worried about the people of the Qing kingdom. Fan Xian suddenly became gloomy. This is only a supplement, a backup, and a threat. Fan Xian pressed his lips together and quietly said, If we don't have to use it, that would be the best outcome. The white fog in the valley had long dissipated. Being forced by the gradually rising temperature of the ground, it floated upward invisibly. Halfway up the mountain, it met with the slightly cool mountain wind blowing through the valleys, and gradually seeped out a white mist. The Fan father and son sat among the white clouds on a green rock. Mist swirled around them. Their sleeves fluttered lightly, making them look like 2 immortals. Not far away, on the side of the path leading into the mountain, a farmer was chopping wood. He forcefully suppressed the curiosity in his heart, and did not turn his gaze toward the 2 figures in the clouds. Even further away, there were a few branches hidden in the darkness. These people were the guards of 10-family village, secretly protecting the buildings and people here. Naturally, the existence of these people could not be hidden from Fan Xian. They probably could not be hidden from Minister Fan either. The 2 of them did not want to alarm too many people. They only silently watched the clouds rise and fall around them. They had been silent for a long time. Suddenly, Minister Fan calmly said. For a person to be able to change a world from his bones is something that has never happened in the thousands of years of history. Fan Xian did not reply. He knew what his father was talking about. Your mother was a genius. She had the bearing and talent of a celestial. Perhaps she wanted to use her own power to change this world. However, in the end she still failed. Minister Fan's expression was cold and wooden. However, there was an indescribable regret in this coldness and wooden. He raised his arm and waved his sleeve amidst the faint mist. Pointing at the buildings in the valley, he said emotionally, "Many years ago, on that wasteland in the north of Min, I was also like today, looking at the boundless magnificence of the scene, born out of desolation. Your mother's mind always had so many strange and wonderful ideas. Not only did she convince the people of the world, she also seemed to have convinced the heavens of the restrictions they gave us. How could one not be moved?" Fan Xian listened and was moved slightly. Back then, if your mother had not died, the palace treasury would certainly not be what it is now. Based on her thoughts, the Yi family's business would eventually spread all over the world. Minister Fan sighed. I originally did not approve of your intention to build this 10-family village. Thinking of your mother's wish, I let you do it. In these years, I have been thinking about a question. That is, where did your mother come from? What did she want to do in this world? Also, why did she leave? Fan Xian sat down and sat close to his father in silence. Minister Fan's thin face appeared particularly calm in the mountain wind. Us old people have all experienced things from many years ago. We can guess that your mother came from that illusory temple. Wu Zhu was her guard. The temple has never been involved in worldly affairs. Why would there be such a dreamlike story? Fan Xian hugged his knees with his hands and gently pressed his face against them. He looked at his father from the side and sank into a daze. He knew that his father had once been a famous dissolute scholar in Jingdo. Poetry, literature, calligraphy, and painting were all among the best in the world. It was only later that his companions began to plot for the world, that he gave up those spiritual things, and threw himself into dry and important matters, such as accounts. Halfway up the mountain beside 10-family village, Fan Xian, who had already retired from the position of Minister of Revenue in the Qing Kingdom for 3 years, finally returned to the appearance of an artistic youth. However, the youth was approaching old age. If it was truly the Emperor's web back then, why was Wu Zhu moved away? Minister Fan's voice suddenly became sharp. He stared at Fan Xian and said, "In this world, there is only one kind of threat that could move Wu Zhu away from your mother's side." Fan Xian muttered, "The temple." Correct. If someone from the temple hadn't descended, Wu Zhu would certainly not have left Jingdo to stop that person. Minister Fan said with narrowed eyes. Minister Fan narrowed his eyes and said, "If all of this was part of the Emperor's plan, how did he know that people from the temple would come? How could he come into contact with the illusory temple?" You suspect that the Emperor was working with the temple? Fan Xian sat up straight. His hands left his legs as he looked at his father. Minister Fan lowered his eyelids slightly and said, "These years, Chen Pingping and I have guessed. The reason we haven't done anything is because we still respect and fear the temple in our hearts. If the Emperor is truly the person designated by the temple, what can we do? If only Wu Zhu had not lost his memory, he should know the secret of the temple." He looked at Fan Xian warmly and said, "If you are truly going to break off relations with the Emperor, you must make this matter clear. We are all mortals. We are not your mother. It is impossible for mortals to oppose the temple." Fan Xian's expression was calm. Even after hearing about the temple, he still did not feel a glimmer of fear. "Uncle Wu Zhu has already left." "Where did he go?" "He went home." To the temple to have a look." The corners of Fan Xian's lips twitched slightly. Before he left, he said that there was no one left in the temple. "Father, don't worry too much. If the temple truly does not interfere in worldly affairs, then he will not be able to affect me at all." "How many years has Wu Zhu been gone?" "Almost 3 years. He still hasn't returned in 3 years." Minister Fan slowly closed his eyes. "I'm afraid there are some problems." Fan Xian didn't reply. He was also incomparably worried about Uncle Wu Zhu. However, He had never thought of using the worldly affairs of the world to stop Uncle Wu Zhu's journey to find him. Furthermore, from the beginning, he knew that the temple hidden in the ice and snow must have played some sort of role in the story from many years ago. Hearing his father's analysis, he was increasingly certain of this point. Back then, Chen Pingping insisted that you send Xiaoyin back to northern Qi. You should know now why. Yes, in the world, only Xiaoyin Kuhi and Uncle Wu Zhu know where the temple is. Naturally, Kuhi would not say, and Uncle Wu Zhu has never remembered. Only Xiaoyin knows, Fan Xian replied. The old director wanted me to know the secret of the temple. With these words, Fan Xian's eyelashes suddenly blinked. Many things from the past and the future were strung together in his heart. He even clearly remembered the conversation he had with the old man in the wheelchair by the pool in the Overwatch Council beside the fish that had sunk to the bottom of the sand. Chen Pingping waved his hand and furrowed his brows. In the future, you have to learn to open up your sights. Don't always stare at a single ministry, a single department, a mere official, a mere jingdo. You have to learn to stand higher. Fan Xian replied. Do I have to place my sights on the entire world? Chen Pingping smiled. Perhaps it should be higher. Where should one place their sights higher than the world be? Naturally, it was the temple high above the clouds and deep in the cold. Fan Xian's expression changed slightly. Only now did he understand that a long time ago, Chen Pingping had guessed that the temple stood behind the emperor. That was why he had him send Xiaoyin back to the north, to remind him that the emperor was not just one person. Since you understand, it is good. The emperor himself is already incomparably powerful, but there is still a temple standing behind him. Minister Fan's eyes remained closed. Thus, I cannot summon any thoughts of rebelling against him. Since you dare, you have to dig up the roots. Fan Xian did not reply. In reality, Uncle Wu Zhu returning home had always been a hidden move in his plan. To deal with the temple, only a great grandmaster and above could do it. Uncle Wu Zhu returned to the temple, while Fan Xian stayed in this world to continue his training. Although Wu Zhu thinks there is no one in the temple, Minister Fan furrowed his brows. Who knows? Based on what you said, he has already left for over 2 years, yet there has been no news of him. What if something happened to him there? I don't know either. A feeling of defeat rose in Fan Xian's heart. However, in front of the emperor, he had already experienced too many defeats. It was so many that he was almost numb, so he did not care. In the future, if things do not work out, I will go to the temple to find him. Even if he dies, I will dig up his body from the snow. Fan Xian's heart felt a wave of coldness. Within the coldness, there was a glimmer of heat that could not be extinguished. Resolutely and calmly he said, This has nothing to do with the Qing kingdom. It is only my business. Uncle Wu Zhu was his closest family. He was an indispensable part of his life. If something happened to Uncle Wu Zhu, even if Fan Xian continued to live, he would not be able to live comfortably. If he could not live comfortably, what was the point of living? Minister Fan looked at him calmly. He knew that the secret regarding the temple was hidden in the depths of this kid's heart. Thinking of how he had been hiding it from him all these years, Minister Fan was not angry. On the contrary, he was happy. There were not many young people in this world with such shrewdness. Probably only young people like this could survive in the struggle against the emperor and live better and better. Things do not work out. Although he admired him in his heart, Minister Fan still said mockingly, If that day truly comes, do you think the emperor will still let you live on the path to find the temple? I don't know. This was the second time Fan Xian had said he didn't know. There were not many unfathomable people in this world, but the emperor was clearly one of them. Fan Xian did not wish to completely break off relations with the man on the throne. Firstly, there was some affection. Secondly, Fan Xian knew that, no matter what, he was no match for the emperor. I don't know, Fan Xian repeated. Fan Xian repeated. But to live, there are always things that must be done. So what if you lose? Although the emperor is incomparably powerful, if he wants to kill me, it will not be a simple matter. He smiled bitterly and said, Unless he is willing to leave the royal palace, throw aside state affairs, and chase me all over the world. Minister Fan smiled slightly and said, "This kind of thing is truly not in line with his personality. However, you are his most trusted and favored official. If he discovers that you have truly betrayed him, it would not be surprising if he did anything under the agitation of such emotions. Then, I can only pray for the blessings of the heavens," Fan Xian said with a slight smile. "So it's still the same thing. Before Uncle Wu Zhu returns, I don't want to have a falling out with the emperor." Minister Fan also smiled. He finally understood that his hesitation these 2 years was not just because of the unease he felt under the pressure of ethics. It was also because he was waiting and had to stall for time. If the source of the emperor's powerful confidence was the Qing kingdom's powerful national strength, the endless money in the palace treasury, the scheming techniques that controlled the world, and his own powerful grandmaster cultivation, Fan Xian's confidence came from the part of the Overwatch Council that belonged to him. He had enough information in his head to rebuild the palace treasury, banknotes in his pocket to rebuild the palace treasury, and that powerful Wu Zhu. "I hope Yi Luyan has truly gone out to sea." Minister Fan glanced at Fan Xian with deep meaning. Fan Xian was silent for a long time. He knew what his father wanted to remind him of. A moment later he said, "I also hope so." Fan Xian only stayed in Tin Family Village for a day. He secretly met with the Qingyu Hall shopkeepers, who had been rescued from Jingdo. Both sides sighed endlessly. Although these old shopkeepers were already dead in the records of the Qing court, they still had relatives in Jingdo and friends in the 3 workshops in Jiangnan. Fan Xian had been worried that if he left these old shopkeepers in Tin Family Village, they would have other thoughts. But after meeting them, he found that these old shopkeepers were particularly passionate about the rebuilding of the palace treasury. They even wanted to throw the rest of their lives into it. For the old Yi shopkeepers, this had nothing to do with the Bulsh *T palace treasury. They also didn't care how much the Qing kingdom's national strength would be weakened. They only thought that these things had always belonged to the Yi family. Back then, they had been taken by the shameless Qing royal family. Now that the young master wanted to rebuild the Yi family, tears began to flow. Old Ma's heart began to jump. Fan Xian and the old shopkeepers once again checked the flow charts of the 3 workshops, and once again confirmed the possibility of Tin Family Village's future. They finally completed the goal of this trip. At dusk, he bowed deeply to his father, and then left the large village alone, walking into the deep valley. He was halfway up the mountain. When he turned his head back to look, the valley was already dark. The lights gradually lit up like the stars in the sky. He raised his head and looked up. The sky was dotted with stars like the lights of the mortal world. The starlight filled the sky. He didn't know whether it was falling from the sky or rising from the ground. It was extremely beautiful. Chapter 670. Dongyi. At the foot of the hill outside the city, the wretched yellow grass hut was as quiet as before. There was no sword light, sword wind, or the sound of swords slicing through the air. There was only silence. It was already late spring and close to summer. The blazing sun shone on the ocean to the east of the land, raising endless amounts of water vapor. It plunged all of Dongyi into a humid heat. Fortunately, the sea breeze never stopped, so it could slightly relieve the boredom. Ever since the battle at Dong Mountain 3 years ago, the disciples of the Sword Hut had moved their practice area outside. No one dared to disturb the Sword Saint's recovery in the depths of the hut. That was why the hut appeared so quiet. The invisible water vapor that filled the air grew colder as the sun sank. It sank toward the ground and slowly attached itself to the scraps of swords and metal, forming a few water droplets. The setting sun gradually set. A faint red light shone into the depths of the sword hut and into the large pit. It clearly reflected the water droplets on the countless swords. They seeped into the blood-red color, making it look like blood. A few black flies flew in from somewhere and curiously circled the sword pit, making a disgusting buzzing sound. These creatures didn't know what kind of position and reputation this pit, the swords in it, represented. They only instinctively stared at the red water droplets on the swords. They were incomparably confused. Why didn't this blood have a hint of a pleasant fishy smell? The weather was hot, so the natural icy fiendish aura in the sword grave was much fainter. That was why these black flies had enough courage to fly around. However, in the dark room next to the sword grave, there was an icy coldness that was completely different from the outside environment. Perhaps it was because the room had not seen light for a long time. Or perhaps it was because the great grandmaster lying on the bed was gradually approaching death, giving off a heart-palpitating coldness. There were no black flies, spiders, or webs in the room. No mosquito dared to bite the person wrapped in the thick blankets. In a corner of the snow-white wall, there was a long-legged mosquito about the size of a fingernail staring fixedly at the person it had bitten. The long-legged mosquito was shivering, its transparent wings stroking its withered body from time to time, reminding itself that it was still alive. Its two long legs also seemed particularly weak, and its whole body was suffused with an unhealthy brownish-yellow color, as if it was about to turn into a shell. It didn't fly away, because it didn't find anyone in the hut that it could suck blood from. The people in the hut seemed to have some strange magic power. As long as it got close to them, it would be repelled by an invisible barrier and killed. Only the dying man on the bed didn't have that kind of ability, but the long-legged mosquito still didn't dare to fly down, because it felt a chill coming from the dying man. In this hot day, it was so cold that it almost couldn't bear it. But it was still enduring, because it knew that the person was about to die. No matter how powerful a person was, as long as he died, he would turn into blood and rotten flesh. It needed blood, and the black fly brothers outside needed rotten flesh. Under the thick blankets, Siga Jian's entire body was icy cold. He trembled endlessly. Each tremble brought with it a tearing pain from the wound in his chest. 3 years ago, he had been struck by the Qing Emperor's fist, and one of his arms had been torn off by Yi Luyan. A month ago, he had been stabbed twice in the chest by the shadow. Even though the poison Fei Jie had planted had already frozen all of his wounds, there was no longer any sign of life. Logically speaking, he should have died a long time ago, but he didn't die. He only opened his eyes and stared woodenly at the snow-white wall in the room, and the long-legged mosquito in the corner. He watched as the mosquito trembled and suffered, waiting for the mosquito to not be able to endure it, and fall off the wall. The emotions in the great grandmaster's eyes were indifferent and calm. It was as if he had long seen through everything in the world, including the last part of life, the great fear between life and death. There was not a sliver of the ruthless killing intent from when he had killed 100 tiger guards, nor was there a sliver of the bloody sword intent from when he had massacred the manor. There was also not a sliver of the soaring, unyielding fighting spirit. There wasn't even the interest from many years ago, when he watched the ants move under the tree. There was only calmness and the shadow of the withered yellow-brown, trembling long-legged mosquito. Siga Jian, on the verge of death, refused to die because he was waiting for someone. The room door was gently pushed open. The slightly warm twilight outside seeped in, and cast the young man's long shadow on the ground. Siga Jian did not waste the last of his life. He glanced at him, and didn't open his mouth to say anything. He knew that since the other party had rushed back, he would tell him some things he wanted to hear. Fan Xian left Jingdo, and turned toward Weizhou. He then stealthily made his way to Tin Family Village. After traveling arduously for several days, he finally met up with the Overwatch Council group outside Dongyi. He didn't waste any time and rushed to the sword hut. Under Yin Zhilan's somewhat indifferent gaze, he pushed open the door and entered. He pushed open the door and entered again. He passed through 3 layers of doors, and came to Siga Jian's side with the sound of hurried footsteps. He looked at Siga Jian's head, which was exposed outside the thick quilt. Only then did he realize that this sword Saint Great Grandmaster's body was indeed very thin and weak. Even with 3 layers of quilts, it was still a very small section. Thus, his head appeared to be particularly large. Even at this stage, Siga Jian was still not dead. This reality made Fan Xian feel secretly shocked. He looked at the old and cold face and said, "If the shape of the pool is not destroyed, one should draw in the spring water to fill one's body." He didn't say anything about the Qing Emperor's edict. He didn't discuss Dongyi's future. He didn't speak of the secret in his heart. In the first instant, Fan Xian recited the nameless martial secret he had cultivated since he was young clearly and generously, sentence by sentence. The nameless martial secret was divided into 2 volumes. Fan Xian had only cultivated the first volume in over 20 years of his life. Although he knew the second volume by heart, he hadn't made any progress. It was as if these words were carved into his mind and would not fade. It only took him a few breaths to recite them in front of Sigurd-Jien's bed. He didn't have to worry about whether or not Sigurd-Jien could understand or remember. Even if he was about to die, he was still a great grandmaster. Following Fan Xian's words, Sigurd-Jien's gaze gradually moved away from the mosquito in the corner of the wall. No one knew where he was staring at. His indifferent gaze became sharp and focused like a sword. The body of the sword gradually glowed, shining and burning. Fan Xian's lips closed. He then waited silently and quietly to the side. Without needing him to open his mouth to explain, Sigurd-Jien could tell from these exquisite sentences, and the strange and unusually crude method of circulating qi, that the heart he was reciting was the Qing Emperor's tyrannical true secret. Sigurd-Jien's eyes gradually grew brighter as Fan Xian recited. As Fan Xian closed his mouth, they dimmed. "How do I cultivate the second half?" Fan Xian asked respectfully with his head lowered. "I cannot." Sigurd-Jien's voice was very weak and raspy, but his answer was very determined. Fan Xian was not disappointed. He continued to calmly ask, "But the emperor cultivated the second half. It is the way of the king. The pinnacle of the tyrannical way is the way of the king?" Perhaps it was because he had finally learned the secret of the Qing emperor's martial method before he died. But Sigurd-Jien's spirit was much better than before. His voice gradually became smoother. With slight mockery he said, "The tyrannical at the peak is still the tyrannical. Did your emperor really think there could be any substantial change?" "Reality has already proven this," Fan Xian said with his head lowered. Fan Xian lowered his head and said, "The emperor has fixed the second half of the scroll. I want to know how he did it, and if it will affect him in any way." Sigurd-Jien sank into silence. A slight doubt gradually appeared in his light gaze. In the end, it immediately turned into a smile of understanding. In a quiet voice he said, "The meridians of the physical body will always have a limit. Even for a little strange creature like you, there will always be a limit. That is why, under the tree and in the manner of the master of the city, you taught me that I should put my heart first. A person's physical body will always have a limit, but the heart will have no limit," Fan Xian continued. "Tyrannical." Sigurd-Jien coughed. His icy body trembled under the blankets. No one knew better than this great grandmaster that no matter how extraordinary a person was, once their vitality was broken and their physical body was destroyed, they were no different from a normal person. If one can truly surpass the limits of the human body. Sigurd-Jien slowly closed his eyes and began to play out the scenes on Dong Mountain in his mind. The rain fell on the mountaintop. That finger broke through the rain and landed between Ku-hee's brows. In an instant, half the lake's water went in and forcefully burst through Imperial Advisor Ku-hee's sea of qi. It was that finger. Sigurd-Jien abruptly opened his eyes. His pupils rapidly constricted. In the end, they shrank to a small black dot like the tip of a sword. In a very slow voice he said, "One finger to move half the lake." No one can move vital energy so quickly, because at the end of the cultivation of the meridians of the human body, no matter how broad, there are still limits. Fan Xian had not been on the mountain at the time, and didn't know what Sigurd-Jien was thinking. He didn't quite understand these words. He thought to himself that every person who practiced martial arts and raised their realm revolved around reality and power. The power was the so-called skill. Now he had to add the heart that Sigurd-Jien had taught him. However, reality was a person's true cultivation. Regardless of whether it was a normal cultivator's sea of qi and dantian, his own 2 circulations, or the snowy mountains behind his back, one had to have a foundation, and then follow the meridians to move. The human body had meridians, so it had to be limited by them. He felt that Sigurd-Jien's words were nonsense. However, Fan Xian gradually realized what Sigurd-Jien was saying. His expression changed slightly. Complicated emotions seeped out of Sigurd-Jien's cold and serene eyes. In the end, These emotions became a thick sense of mockery, coupled with the slight wrinkle that he had forced out with difficulty at the corner of his mouth. It appeared harsh and disdainful. A low and strange laugh rang out from Sigajian's dry lips. It was particularly ear-piercing. No one knew if he was laughing at the Qing emperor, himself, or Fan Xian's overestimation of his own abilities to want to learn the latter half of the nameless martial secret. He looked at Fan Xian calmly and said each word clearly. There are no meridians in the Qing emperor's body. Although Fan Xian had already guessed a little from Sigajian's words earlier, hearing these words abruptly, it was still like his mind had been struck by lightning. His mind buzzed with shock and confusion. The emperor had no meridians in his body. But how could someone without meridians survive? The latter half of the scroll still walks the path of the tyrannical way. If you continue to practice it, your meridians will explode, and you will die. Even if you're lucky, you can only become a cripple for life. Sigajian looked at Fan Xian and coldly said, if you don't explode your meridians, it is impossible for you to do the methods in the second half of the scroll. Those directions are not normal. Even if you practice for another 50 years, it will be useless. Fan Xian took a few deep breaths and forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart. He knew that Sigajian's analysis was correct. A few years ago, he had already practiced the tyrannical Jinqi to the peak. At that time, he had already stepped into the doorstep of the 9th level and was in high spirits. Outside the Jingdo government yamen, he had broken Xie An's sword with his fist. Unexpectedly, it had caused the Jinqi in his body to explode and injure his meridians. He had painstakingly healed his injuries. In the end, after the hanging temple, during a pursuit and the shadow's desire to kill, the hidden danger in his body exploded again. In the end, he was stabbed by the shadow and seriously injured. Fan Xian had encountered the hidden danger of practicing the tyrannical martial method twice. More accurately speaking, when he was still a child, teacher Fei Jia had already sensed the great danger he would inevitably encounter in the future. That was why he had left him that large red pill. In the end, the large red pill had been sent into the Empress Dowager's mouth. Fan Xian knew it was only because he was lucky that he had survived after his Jinqi had broken the limit twice, and his meridians had been greatly damaged. He had relied on Begonia Duodwa's life-saving grace, and Northern Qi's Tianidao's secret natural martial method. In Jiangnan, he had used Tianidao's natural Jinqi to repair for a long time, before he had healed the damage to his meridians. It was not until the two completely different types of Jinqi had been cultivated to great success at the same time, and circulated in two separate circulations in his body, supporting each other. Only then did he truly distance himself from the danger of Jinqi exploding in his body, and the shadow that had accompanied him since his childhood. However, he had received confirmation from Sigajian's mouth that if he wanted to practice the second half of the scroll, he would have to allow the Jinqi to explode in his body and shatter all the meridians in his body. Fan Xian's face became deathly pale. Lying frozen in bed, difficult to eat and difficult to speak, such a life was not for a person to live. Furthermore, with all the meridians in his body shattered, how could he survive? Whether or not he can survive after his meridians are shattered is up to fate, Sigajian said coldly. Without question, the Qing emperor is a very lucky person. Even if he was about to die, Sigajian would not admit that the Qing emperor was fated. Fan Xian was silent for a long time. He then shook his head. Luck cannot solve problems. My luck was not bad. The first time my meridians were damaged, I did not die. But I know that if my meridians are completely shattered, I can only become a useless person. Furthermore, the pain that is everywhere in my body is not something a person can endure. But the Qing emperor endured it and lived. Sigajian lowered his eyelids slightly and sighed imperceptibly. Fan Xian had sunk into a state of stupidity. He had many dreams or ideals in this life. Putting aside the worldly problems of his wife, children and money, the nameless martial secret that had accompanied him for his entire second life had faintly become a part of his life. Although he had never said it explicitly, in his heart, he greatly desired to be able to practice this martial secret to the second volume. It had nothing to do with breaking through realms and becoming a great grandmaster. It was purely a desire. However, this desire had become an extravagant hope that could not be reached. To be able to survive after his meridians had shattered and endure the inhuman pain. Forcefully gather the bits of Jinqi in his body that had scattered like starlight. Endure the annoyance of his entire body being stiff. Defend his will. And recultivate. Fan Xian suddenly remembered that Qin Pingping and his father had once mentioned to him that during the Qing Kingdom's first northern expedition against the Wei Kingdom, the emperor had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Commander Zhang Qingfeng. He himself had also been heavily injured. His entire body was stiff, unable to move, and he had almost died. It looked like the emperor's breakthrough in his martial secret had happened on the ever-changing and incomparably dangerous battlefield. Fan Xian couldn't help but sigh, regardless of what his feelings toward the emperor were. When he thought of the scenes on the battlefield, the torture the middle-aged man had experienced in his body, and the miraculous changes, he still felt a sense of admiration. Other than fate, what else is needed? Fan Xian asked to himself. Perseverance, extraordinary perseverance. Otherwise, it would be impossible to endure that kind of pain, the torment between life and death, the fear of being sealed in the darkness and struggling against the unknown. Sigurd said indifferently. Although he had never cultivated the nameless martial secret, he only needed a thought to know what kind of training the Qing emperor had experienced if he wanted to cultivate the second half of the scroll. The Qing emperor must have been in great pain, very great pain. That is precisely why I was happy just now. Without waiting for Fan Xian to reply, Sigurd continued with a raspy laugh. I admire the willpower and perseverance of someone who can endure this. I can't do it, and you can't do it, Sigurd said. In this world, there is probably only one person who can have such willpower and be so cruel to himself. You should give up on this thought. Fan Xian lowered his head and didn't know what to say. He only heard Sigurd's angry voice ring out by his ear. This is not something a person can practice. Chapter 671. Just because it was not something people practiced did not mean that those who practiced it were not people. It could only mean that the great emperor of the Qing Kingdom had cultivated an incomparably firm and extraordinary heart for the sake of the desire in his heart. Fan Xian sat by Sigurd's bed and thought of this matter. He couldn't help but feel a slight chill in his heart. He couldn't suppress the feeling of looking up at a tall mountain. Although the mountain was not necessarily beautiful or approachable, it was tall and distant, piercing straight into the white clouds and making one's expression change. He took a deep breath and rubbed the slightly sore corners of his eyes. In a low voice he said, in terms of talent, Haitang is enough. In terms of willpower, 13th Wang is enough. In terms of diligence, I don't think I'm worse than anyone. However, up until now, I still can't see any opportunity for the latecomers to take that step. Why is this? Don't ask me. After Sigurd's angry curse, he slowly closed his tired eyes. In a raspy voice he said intermittently, I was just thinking that all of us old fellows are dead, and only the emperor is left in this world. Presumably, he would be lonely. After a moment of silence, Sigurd suddenly continued to say mockingly, I'm afraid that on Dong Mountain, he had already begun to feel lonely. No one knew if the faint mockery at the corners of his lips was directed at the Qing emperor or himself. Fan Xian suddenly said very seriously, I want to confirm something. Yi Luyan, has he truly left the land? Sigurd thought deeply for a long time, and then slowly moved his jaw with great difficulty. Fan Xian took a deep breath and then said, If so, then so be it. Sigurd closed his eyes and said, It looks like you finally learned something and decided something during this return to the Qing Kingdom. Fan Xian was not surprised that this great grandmaster could determine the emotions hidden in his heart from his words and emotions. After all, he was not a true idiot. Smiling slightly he said, Even if it's not raining, you still have to bring an umbrella. It's always good to be prepared. Where is Wuzhu? Sigurd immediately pointed out the essence of the problem. Fan Xian did not directly answer his question. Instead, he asked, "What do you know about the temple?" With these words, Sigurd understood Wu Zhu's whereabouts. A rare peaceful smile rose to his face. "The temple? It's just an inanimate object. You don't have to worry too much. Even if your emperor's cultivation method was passed down from the temple, so what? The temple won't personally help him." Fan Xian was not too sure of this. After all, many years ago, it seemed that the temple had heard the Qing emperor's prayers and sent out an envoy to move Uncle Wu Zhu out of Jingdou. Now that Uncle Wu Zhu had gone far away to the temple, just what kind of result he would obtain in the end seemed to have the most fundamental and far-reaching influence on the situation in the world. Sigurd closed his eyes. It was as if he could feel the deep worry and faint fear in the depths of Fan Xian's heart. After a moment of silence, he said, "The temple is actually just a temple. It's not a true god." Fan Xian's heart jumped. He asked, "You've been to the temple?" "I'm not a freak like Ku He and Xiaoan. Why would I go to that godforsaken place?" Sigurd furrowed his brows. It was clear that the thoughts in his heart did not match the tone of his words. "Besides, I don't know where the temple is. However," he continued, "you have to understand one thing. If the temple had truly sent someone to erase the traces your mother left in the world, then the palace treasury would have long disappeared, and you would have died." Fan Xian was silent. He thought to himself that this judgment was correct. Of course, we can also determine that the temple has indeed sent an envoy to the human world. Sigurd suddenly opened his eyes. They were calm. "Don't forget, Wu Zhu, that piece of wood, is also one of the temple's envoys. Since he was able to protect your mother and your safety, this can only mean that the envoy from the temple is not as powerful as you think." Fan Xian raised his brows. He then thought of something Uncle Wu Zhu had once said many years ago. "There are not many people left at home." Did this mean that the temple had already fallen and did not have the power to influence the world? Then why did Uncle Wu Zhu want to go back? Of course, if everything was as he guessed, Fan Xian would be happy to accept this kind of situation. After all, facing a mountain-like emperor already made it difficult for him to bear the pressure. Adding on an unfathomable temple from beyond the heavens would truly damage his confidence to the lowest point. Back then, you once sent Xiaoan back to northern Qi. Your mother and Wu Zhu were both people from the temple. Don't you want to go back to the temple and see what that mysterious place is like?" Sigurd opened his eyes and stared fixedly at Fan Xian. It was as if he wanted to see his true thoughts. It was also like a kind of temptation. Fan Xian listened to these words and then smiled. Looking back at him, he said, "If there is a chance, I would still like to go and see. However, that is on the basis that my life can be guaranteed. But for you to say such things at this time, presumably you are very curious?" As the pinnacle of human power, Sigurd was familiar with Wu Zhu. He faintly knew what the level of power in the temple was. Thus, he was not like the common people in this world, who had a sense of reverence and worship that welled up from the depths of his heart. He was a great grandmaster. His strength was powerful enough to be an equal to the figures in the temple. When he talked about the temple, his tone was not very respectful. On the contrary, there was a purposeful indifference and disdain. However, people were curious, and great grandmasters were no exception. This was especially true for a great grandmaster who was about to die. He was indifferent to everything in the world except for that temple. He still maintained his curiosity and desire to pry into it. After all, in this world, only Xiaoan and Ku He had been to the temple. Furthermore, these two old men were already dead. Perhaps Yi Qingmei and Wu Zhu came from the temple, but Yi Qingmei was already dead. Wu Zhu was on his way home. The secret of the temple from beyond the heavens was still this world's greatest secret. Sigurd looked at Fan Xian. There was a strange light hidden in the calmness of his gaze. He knew that the only person who knew the location of the temple should be this young man in front of him. "I found out from Xiaoan's mouth. Uncle Wu Zhu's memory has never been good. Presumably you know that," Fan Xian said quietly. "The temple is in the extreme north. After passing through northern Qi's borders, you still have to travel for many months on the snowy plains and frozen earth, until you reach a place where it is always dark. If you are lucky, you will be able to see a grand and solemn black-green building. That is the temple. Sigurjin fell silent. Before death came, he finally knew where the temple was. It seemed that he had obtained his wish and should be calm. However, the thin and small figure under the thick blankets clearly gave off a faint sense of melancholy. So, it is in the extreme north where there is no sunlight all day. Is it the netherworld? Sigurjin's eyes were like an ancient well as they slowly rippled with ancient lines. He sighed and said, "It is indeed not of this world. Is it the netherworld?" Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the withered face under the quilt. Suddenly, he found that the face gradually emitted some kind of light. Could it be that knowing the location of the temple had caused this dying great-grandmaster to suddenly explode with some kind of obsession? Fan Xian did not explain what the extreme day and extreme night were. These concepts did not belong to this world. There was no need to say it and cause a headache. Since Sigurjin was willing to think that the temple did not belong to this world, perhaps this kind of understanding would allow this great-grandmaster to retain his concept of this world. Is it the heart yearns for? Sigurjin sighed with admiration. I had thought that if the Dong Mountain matter could be successfully concluded, I would travel to the ends of the earth to find the temple. Everyone is curious about the unknown. Fan Xian could understand this kind of emotion. Sigurjin's eyes narrowed slightly. Like a cold sword piercing the roof, he said in a raspy voice, "I just want to see if I can tear down that broken temple with the sword in my hand." Tear down the temple? After Fan Xian paused, countless complicated emotions rose in his heart. He had thought that Sigurjin was just like Ku He and Xiao In the past, willing to go to the temple from beyond the heavens to satisfy the desire to explore the unknown that was in every life. He had not thought that this great-grandmaster wanted to challenge the temple. With a sword behind his back, he walked slowly through the snowy plains, met the green mountains, entered the thick doors, pointed his sword at the illusory temple, and killed all the people in the clouds. What kind of heroic spirit was this? If the Dong Mountain matter had gone as Ku He and Sigurjin had planned, and the three sides of the world had settled, Sigurjin would have grown tired of this world, and probably would have walked the path of challenging the path of heaven. The name for the path of heaven in this world was the temple. Thinking of that scene, even someone as steady as Fan Xian couldn't help but be moved slightly. However, he knew that all of this had already ended with the Emperor's punch on Dong Mountain. In the end, Sigurjin would probably never reach the temple in his entire life, much less point his sword at it. This was indeed a pity. Will you go to the temple? Sigurjin suddenly asked as he stared into Fan Xian's eyes. I don't know much about the temple, so I don't have any great ill feelings. In his previous life, Fan Xian had seen countless shameless religions. In comparison, the temple in the Qing Kingdom's world was far away and rarely interfered with worldly affairs. Fan Xian approved of this style. Furthermore, because it was mysterious and unfathomable, Fan Xian could not develop too many conflicting emotions. The temple does not interfere with worldly affairs? Sigurjin smiled slightly. Then, how did your mother come out? How did the world change? Why is the Qing Emperor the current Qing Emperor? Perhaps those lofty people in the temple truly only watch all of this with cold eyes. But we grew up on this land. Why should they watch us live? This kind of feeling is not good. It makes me think of many years ago, under the large tree, watching those ants move and fight, Sigurjin said coldly. But I am not an ant. I don't like being watched by others. Fan Xian was silent for a long time. He then said, If there is a day in the future when I go to the temple, I will carry your ashes there. Sigurjin closed his eyes and said, Not many of the things you say are true. Fan Xian suddenly realized that this great-grandmaster's tone was like that of a child's. He couldn't resist smiling. I am not a god of death like you. I don't have the courage or power to kill a god. If I have no other choice, I don't want to go to the temple to seek my own destruction. Pausing, Fan Xian scratched his head and said, Of course, who knows what will happen in the future? If there is such a day, I will scatter your ashes on the stone steps of the temple and hit the feet of those immortals. It will be considered as fulfilling your wish. Sigajian said. Then when you burn it in a few days, you can't make the fire too strong. I don't have many bones in my body. If they were all burned to powder, it wouldn't hurt. You have to leave some large joints. Fan Xian replied. That is indeed something to pay attention to. Between life and death, there was a great fear. Amidst this fear, Sigajian and Fan Xian smiled and talked about future matters, the remains, the size of the fire, and where it belonged. The atmosphere was relaxed. However, Fan Xian couldn't help but feel a strange sense of sorrow. The sun had mostly set. The sea breeze blew past the city, lightly brushing across thousands of li. It went straight into the depths of the grass hut, and stirred up a gust of wind outside the quiet room of the sword hut. Thousands of swords in the pit moved at the same time, making a ringing sound that moved one's heart. Sigajian turned his head with great difficulty. His gaze flashed past Fan Xian's shoulder, and looked at the stubborn and idiotic long-legged mosquito in the corner of the wall. It was already at the end of its life, unable to eat and unwilling to fly away. He sank into a long silence. Fan Xian sat by his side. Suddenly, he bent down and quietly told him about the matter of Tin Family Village by his ear. Tin Family Village was located between northern Qi and Dongyi. If it truly wanted to grow, it could not do without the powerful support of the sword hut. The existence of Tin Family Village would certainly bring great benefits to Dongyi. Unexpectedly, after Sigajian heard that the Yi family was preparing to open a second battlefield in Dongyi, his expression remained calm and unchanging. He only stared at the corner of the wall. It was as if he did not care at all what Dongyi would become after his death. For a moment, Fan Xian thought he had misjudged Sigajian's intentions before his death. He had once taught him that the most important intentions were intentions. Sigajian opened his mouth and said, There is a small booklet under my pillow. Before Ku he died, he gave it to me from Qing Mountain, and asked me to give it to you. I don't understand the things in the booklet. I hope you can understand them. Fan Xian was startled. He didn't know what was written on the booklet for the two great grandmasters to take it so seriously before they died. Chapter 672. Fan Xian looked at Sigajian. After a moment of silence, he moved closer to the head of the bed. Reaching his hand under the great grandmaster's head, he reached under the pillow. This movement was very slow. The skin on the back of his hand and wrist could clearly feel the wheat husks stuffed into the pillow, as well as the thin, messy, and powerless withered hair scattered on the pillow. His finger touched a hard object. Fan Xian's fingertip gently touched it, and knew it was a small booklet wrapped in rough cloth. Pulling his hand back, he took out the booklet. Fan Xian didn't immediately lift the rough cloth. Instead, he stared in a daze at the booklet, confirming the guess in his heart. This was a relic left behind by Imperial Advisor Ku He. It had been solemnly given to him by Sigajian's hand. Presumably it was a rare treasure. For such a thin booklet, the true value was probably the things recorded in it. Sigajian did not rush him. He only calmly and indifferently looked at the corner of the wall. It was as if he was not by his side, and had not stretched his hand to the back of his head earlier. In the end, Fan Xian couldn't resist his powerful curiosity. In front of Sigajian, he lifted the cloth and saw the contents inside. Different from what he had imagined and what Sigajian had said, it was not a small booklet inside. Rather, it was two booklets. Fan Xian shook his head and smiled. Carelessly, he flipped open the booklet on top. Looking at the extremely familiar heart of Tianyi Dao that he could recite backwards, he could not hide his helpless smile. Before Sigajian died, he had personally given him pointers on the knowledge of heart and sword intent. Before Ku He died, he had never forgotten to give the heart of Tianyi Dao to Fan Xian. Fan Xian's mouth tasted bitter. It looked like these strange creatures of the older generation were truly a group of strange creatures. They had placed their last hope in resisting the great Qing Emperor on him. Before the great Grandmaster left this world, he wanted to leave behind a sufficiently powerful enemy for the Qing Emperor. Enemies outside of the Qing kingdom were no longer enough to be feared. So this person had to be chosen from within the Qing kingdom. Ku He had his second disciple forcefully extend Chen Pingping's life and set up chess pieces in Shiliang Road. He had calculated that after his death, Fan Xian, this young man, and his cheap father, would certainly have some cracks that Northern Qi could use because of what had happened in the past and what was happening now. Siga Jian gave Dongyi to Fan Xian with both hands, but he also gave Fan Xian a large bag. It was very, very heavy. You guys really think highly of me. Fan Xian shrugged his shoulders. His finger gently tapped the supreme heart that the Qing Mountain faction viewed as a treasure. Or perhaps you are too daring. You have actually placed such an illusory hope on me. Your mother is a person of Dongyi. It is only natural that I place my hopes on you, Siga Jian said in a raspy voice. However, for Ku He, that damn baldy, to be willing to give you such a large gift is truly beyond my expectations. Fan Xian looked at the heart of Tianyi Dao in a daze. He thought that before Ku He died, he probably still thought that what he had learned from Haitang was an improved version of the heart of Tianyi Dao. He did not know that because Haitang was worried about his injuries, she had disregarded her teacher's orders and passed on the true heart of Tianyi Dao to him. That was in the distant past, far away in Jiangnan. He didn't know what Haitang was doing on the grasslands. Over there, the Hugu had already stirred up trouble, and internal strife had begun in Shihu. No matter how talented she was, she would not be of much use far away from the northern Qi border. Before Ku He died, he had given the true heart of Tianyi Dao to Fan Xian in hopes of gathering the power of many people and creating another great grandmaster in this world. Learning too many things is not necessarily a good thing, Fan Xian said. Siga Jian slanted his eyes and glanced at him. I know you have long learned the things of the Qing Mountain faction. It looks like Ku He has never met you, so he doesn't know this. The booklet he gave you is indeed not very useful. However, this book is still somewhat useful to the disciples of the Sword Hut. Fan Xian looked at him calmly. Of the 4 great grandmasters in the world, only Ku He and Siga Jian widely accepted disciples. Given Siga Jian's ability to teach, he had suddenly obtained the secret of Tianyi Dao. How could he not make use of it and pass it on to his disciples? This is for you. Furthermore, it is the trust the damn baldy had in me, Siga Jian said proudly. I disdained to look at his things. The corners of Fan Xian's mouth twitched slightly. He nodded and said, If I didn't tell you about the 10 family village matter, would you not have given this book to me? Perhaps these words hit the nail on Siga Jian's head. Siga Jian had to determine just how loyal Fan Xian was to the Qing emperor and how much care he might have for Dongyi before he could make up his mind. Handing over Ku He's things was also one of his decisions. This great grandmaster did not admit to this. He only coldly said, You have learned this book before. What difference does it make if I give it to you or not? But there is another book below. Fan Xian's gaze gradually calmed. Picking up the second book, he stared at Siga Jian and asked, The 4 great grandmasters have stood side by side for a long time. You disdain to look at Tianyi Dao's martial methods, because you are very familiar with Ku He's martial methods. You know that no matter what realm you practice it to, it will be impossible for the Sword Hut to make a qualitative leap. Are you not curious as to what the small book Ku He solemnly handed to you is placed with the heart of Tianyi Dao? The small book was even thinner, only about 20 pages. Fan Xian's palm pressed against the book. He looked at Siga Jian with a smile and waited for his reply. Of course, I am interested. I never knew that Ku He, that damn baldy, had any other abilities other than those lousy zhenqi he used to plant flowers and trees, Siga Jian said in a raspy voice. Earlier, you said what was the use of learning miscellaneous things? Of course, learning miscellaneous things is useful. Even if you don't use it, you can look at it. So you looked at it. Siga Jian did not deny it. Coldly he said, I want to be a postman so I can look at it. After a moment of silence, Siga Jian closed his eyes slightly and said, Unfortunately, I don't understand it. As he said this, Fan Xian had already curiously flipped open the small booklet below. He was very interested in what was recorded inside. However, when he flipped open these thin pages, he was disappointed. Something that even Siga Jian could not understand, Fan Xian could not understand even more. In terms of martial arts realm, comprehension, and spirituality, Fan Xian was far behind this great grandmaster. He looked disappointedly at the strange words on the page, and the strange combination of words. He stared fixedly at them, but he could not understand them. Pu rue mawe na, pu rue go. Kikaemo. Daweishi. The sky above the sword hut had completely darkened. Only the surface of the sea in the distance was still suffused with a deep blue light. After it shone onto the land, the deep blue had already faded to gray. A lot of time had already passed. Fan Xian sighed and put down the small book. He had thought that if he didn't understand the method Ku he left behind, he could consult it with Siga Jian. After all, for strange creatures like great grandmasters, the death of one was one less. The opportunity to ask Siga Jian about Ku He's legacy would never come again, at least not in this world. However, he helplessly found that he didn't even have the chance to ask a question. Each word was very strange, and the combination was illogical. The old and young, one sitting and one lying in the room, were both thinking about the last small book Ku he left behind. Siga Jian suddenly opened his eyes. A glimmer of confusion surged through them. Slowly he said, 3 years ago on the summit of the mountain, Ku he once made a hand gesture. The summit of the mountain was the summit of the Great Dong Mountain, the Great Grandmaster Battle. Hearing these words, Fan Xian's heart immediately jumped. He listened carefully. Siga Jian coughed and sank into silence again. What hand gesture was that? Fan Xian asked with furrowed brows. It should be the magic of the West. It was rare for Siga Jian to not be confident. In his opinion, in the hearts of all the martial artists in this land, the Western magic and the sorcerers who practiced it were of little value. Given Ku He's realm and strength, how could he spend time practicing such useless things? After hearing these words, Fan Xian was enlightened. His palms slowly came together in front of his chest. A satisfied smile rose to his face. He couldn't help but shake his head. With a smile he sighed and said, I know what is written here. What is it? It's a Western script, but it's a direct translation of our script. Fan Xian shrugged. I used this method when I was about 7. I didn't think that such a powerful figure as Master Ku, he would use such a childish method. Of course, what made Fan Xian think of this was not just the familiarity of those strange words, which brought him a sense of familiarity from a Western-style translated novel. It was also not just because he had once trained hard to feed your mother 3 pieces of meat. More importantly, it was because he thought of a novel he had read in his previous life. Sir Jean had written it about the Nining manual, Guijing, that fool, and Wu Li's smearing of that human skin. Siga Jian furrowed his brows and said, Western words? Is it really some kind of magic? What kind of use is that? Who knows? Fan Xian felt a headache coming on. Looking at the 2 little books in his hands, he thought for a moment, and then carefully put them into his clothes. Since Master Ku he left them for me, they should still be of some use. Don't put your energy into these useless things, Siga Jian said. He still maintained an innate disdain for the barbaric things of the West. This was probably the natural condescension of an advanced civilization toward an undeveloped one. It is inclusive and adaptable, Fan Xian replied. Who knows what benefits I will get after learning it? You can understand these messy words? For the first time, Siga Jian furrowed his brows and looked at Fan Xian in surprise. This little book had been in his hands for more than 2 years. Although he had the pride of a great grandmaster and had not peeked at the heart of Tianyi Dao, he had still studied this scribbled book for a long time. He also wanted to know what deep meaning Ku he had in leaving such a thing behind. However, no matter how he studied it, he made no progress. If it was a Western language, Siga Jian controlled Dongyi. The officials and commoners in the city often interacted with foreigners, but he had never heard of any foreigners speaking such a language. Fan Xian smiled and said, I'll also have to slowly guess. I learned some before, but I've pretty much forgotten it. The words on the booklet that Ku he left behind were in Italian. The foreigners that the Qing Kingdom and Dongyi had dealings with basically all used a kind of altered Spanish or English. Fan Xian hadn't studied it very carefully. In any case, it was generally like that. Fan Xian had learned Italian. In his previous life, he had taken it as an elective in the 2nd year of university. Was this a coincidence or fate? Everything had been said. The matters that Sigurd needed to hand over had already been discussed with Fan Xian. They had already discussed each other in detail. Fan Xian rose from the side of the bed. Just as he was about to leave the room, he suddenly lowered his eyelids slightly and asked seriously, "I still don't understand why you chose me." Yi Qingmei could indeed be considered half a Dongyi person. But it was clear that she had put in more effort in the Qing kingdom. Anyone who had seen the yellow-clothed woman frowning at the riverbank would think this. Just because of the so-called household registration, she placed the freedom of Dongyi on Fan Xian's body, on this young noble of the Qing kingdom, who had once caused Dongyi to suffer countless losses. Did she not need a reason? Sigurd said. It is said that a person without hobbies cannot be befriended. I once judged that you have no heart for the world, so you cannot succeed. However, a person without hobbies is nothing more than two kinds. One is a saint, and the other is a fake. You are a person without hobbies, Sigurd continued. Sigurd continued. After Dong Mountain to me, you suddenly developed a bit of your true nature. However, it has been hidden very deeply. Thus, I think you should be walking the path of the former. Is there someone in this world who does not act for his own personal benefit or the benefit of a country, but only for his own peace of mind? Sigurd looked at him indifferently. There was one before, and I hope there will be one in the future. If my gamble is wrong, then it's wrong. I don't care. A person who is about to die is always the bravest gambler. Fan Xian was silent for a long time. He then walked out of the quiet room, and to the side of the sword pit. He saw 13th Wang, silently crying sorrowfully and wiping his tears with his sleeve like a child. The 1,000 swords in the pit were icy cold. Chapter 673. It was already late in the night. Fan Xian stood alone by the sword pit, looking at the densely packed swords in the pit, that were like rice, and also like the tips of trees piercing into the sky in a daze. He was standing exactly where 13th Wang had been standing earlier, when he was having his final conversation with Sigurd in the inner room. He had faintly heard 13th Wang's silent sobbing. The sobbing was silent, but there was still sound. At the time, there was no one else in the depths of the sword hut. Sigurd and Fan Xian's discussion was too important. Even the sword boy had been driven far away, leaving only 13th Wang to stand guard outside the room. Fan Xian understood that Sigurd was using this to express his attitude. He trusted his last disciple, and Fan Xian also trusted 13th Wang. Dongyi's future depended on the cooperation between 13th Wang and Fan Xian. Sigurd wanted 13th Wang to understand more things from this conversation. Fan Xian also hoped that 13th Wang would be able to comprehend something different from the tyrannical martial method he had dictated. This was a silent and tacit mutual reference. However, 13th Wang had sunk into a gloomy mood and could not pull himself out. No one knew how much he had heard or understood. The disciples of the sword hut silently filed into the room. Fan Xian would not go in again. He was not arrogant enough to think that Sigurd would actually treat him as the most important and closest young person in the world, just because of his mother's relationship and a few meetings. He would be willing to stay with the Qing official before he died. When a great grandmaster was about to die, he would be willing to stay with the 13 disciples he had raised with his own hands. Sigurd should be in the room making arrangements for his funeral. Many of these funeral matters were related to Fan Xian, or matters that Dongyi had to cooperate with Fan Xian. It was not convenient for Fan Xian to eavesdrop. He sighed and walked toward the outside of the sword hut. He didn't know if Sigurd final order could suppress Yin Jilan's backlash. Fan Xian had no way to confirm this matter. Walking out of the sword hut, the subordinates of the Overwatch Council and Dongyi's officials came forward to greet him. They all had different kinds of heavy expressions. Fan Xian shook his head. Accompanied by everyone, he walked toward the mountain residence. What was he waiting for? Waiting for the fall of a master of a generation. Waiting for a great grandmaster to leave this world? Waiting for a meteor to fall from the sky? Fan Xian sat on the chair and rested his chin on his hand as he thought quietly. Around the sword hut, the chirping of insects gradually rose, and the croaking of frogs had already begun. There was a cool breeze and a bright moon. In the distance, the sea breeze was slightly damp and salty, making the shadows of the moon blur. At this moment, he was sitting in the garden near the cliff of the mountain residence. Separated by the stone gate, he looked at the grass hut not far away from his feet. He let the moonlight shine on his body, adding a bit of coldness that did not match the season. The faint light in the depths of the grass hut continued to shine. It was as if it was going to shine forever. Sigurjin, on his deathbed, should still be giving his final instructions to his disciples. No one knew if there would be any disputes or strange movements in the hut. The 13 disciples of the sword hut worshipped Sigurjin from the bottom of their hearts. Presumably, no one would dare to betray their teacher. What about Yunjilan? Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the faint light in the depths of the grass. Suddenly, he raised his head and glanced at the moon. Looking at the moon drawing a long arc in the sky, only then did he realize that a number of hours had already passed since he had sat and waited in the mountain residence. The night was already so deep that it could no longer be pulled back. When he turned his head, he saw that in the flower garden halfway up the mountain residence, the wind moved the petals. A shadow followed the angle of the moonlight and quietly came to his side. Fan Xian quietly asked, "Your injury has healed? Why didn't you stay in Jiangnan? Why did you insist on coming back?" The shadow stood in the shadow of the stone gate. His eyes gazed indifferently at the grass hut at the foot of the mountain. "No one knows I've returned." Fan Xian had long been worried that the emperor would develop suspicion and murderous intent toward Chen Pingping because of the shadow's relationship with Sigurjin. Thus, he had forcefully sent the shadow back to Jiangnan. He had not thought that the shadow would suddenly appear in Dongyi. Without needing to think too much, Fan Xian knew why the shadow had come. He sighed and said, "Do you still hate him?" The shadow was silent for a moment and then said, "Hate." However, when the sword pierced his chest, much of the hatred had already been vented. "There are some things I still don't understand." The shadow looked at the faint light in the grass hut and said, "Even if father was indifferent to him, mother was harsh to him, and everyone in the manor humiliated him. They were, after all, his family. Why did he kill them all? What about me? I was the only person in the manor who saw him as an elder brother. Why did he kill me as well?" Fan Xian gazed at him and said, "You didn't die, did you?" The shadow's body shook slightly. It was clear that his injury had not healed. The injury in his body made his state of mind not as valiant as it was at its peak. "He's going to die. Everyone has to die." Fan Xian sat under the stone gate and gently patted the rough stone surface. For your elder brother to be able to live for so long is already inexplicably astonishing. The light in the depths of the grass sword hut was very dim. It was as if it could go out at any moment. The thin and weak Sigurjin had already sat up from under the blankets. He had washed his face and combed his hair again. A might that no one dared to look directly at rose again on his cold face. The first disciple of the sword hut, Yun Jilan, held his teacher's arm and helped him sit properly on the bed. 13th Wang brought the water basin outside and poured the dirty water into the Holy Land's sword pit. He then returned to the room to help his eldest brother support his teacher. Of the 13 disciples of the sword hut, other than the first disciple and youngest disciple by Sigurjin's side, the other 11 disciples all knelt in front of the bed with sorrowful expressions. Occasionally, traces of wetness appeared at the corners of some of their eyes. Sigurjin used a clear and cold gaze to stare at the third and fourth disciples. He did not specifically instruct them on that matter. In a quiet voice he asked, "Do you remember what I said earlier?" The disciples of the sword hut kowtowed and replied, "We will follow teacher's orders." Just like that, the affairs of Dongyi were settled. Although the disciples of the sword hut had long guessed their teacher's intentions from the movements of these few months, they had not thought that their teacher would place such a large bet on Fan Xian and give him such complete support. Although there was confusion, sorrow, and fear in the hearts of the disciples, no one dared to raise any objections in front of their teacher. Even Yun Jilan maintained his silence. Sigurjin spoke more and more slowly. The emotions on his face grew fainter and fainter. He looked more and more like the great grandmaster, who had not been injured, and did not show his emotions on the outside. Yun Jilan supported his teacher at the side. His heart was empty. He knew this was the final radiance of a setting sun. A sense of sorrow that was difficult to suppress began to spread through the room. Perhaps 13th Wang had already cried enough earlier, but he was unusually calm now. "What time is it?" Siga Jian took 2 deep breaths and asked quietly in a raspy voice. "It's almost daybreak," Yun Jilan replied respectfully and warmly to the side. The passing of Dong Yi's last words took up an entire night. No one knew what other plans Siga Jian had laid down after he sent Dong Yi away with both hands. No matter what you do, once you make up your mind to do it, you have to do it to the extreme. Just like in the future of the Sword Hut. Since I have chosen him, you have to help him to the extreme. Since it is a large gamble, you have to put all of your capital into it. Any self-reflection or hesitation is a pain that Dong Yi will find difficult to endure. Do you understand? Siga Jian sat on the bed. His gaze slowly swept across the disciples on the ground, and finally landed on Yun Jilan's face. Yun Jilan was silent for a long time, and then nodded. Siga Jian gave a rare smile. He understood his eldest disciple too well. As long as he had promised something, he would carry it out. "Help me up the mountain to have a look. The sky is about to brighten. I want to have a look." An inauspicious croaking suddenly rang out from Siga Jian's chest. It sounded like the sound of a netherworld spring calling for water under the yellow earth. The great grandmaster's face also began to show a strange whiteness. Yun Jilan's heart ached. He held tightly to his teacher's withered arm. On the other side, 13th Wang also held Siga Jian's other arm. The 2 disciples met each other's eyes and carefully helped Siga Jian down from the bed. The second disciple of the Sword Hut, kneeling at the very front of the bed, moved forward on his knees. Using the fastest speed, he held Siga Jian's feet and helped him put on his tattered straw sandals. However, Siga Jian had been bedridden for more than a month. The poison and injuries had all broken out. His feet had long swollen. Putting on the straw sandals, it was possible to see the swollen areas where the straps of the straw sandals had tightened the swollen areas into lumps. Siga Jian didn't seem to feel anything. He only let out a comfortable sigh. The second disciple knew that his teacher's feet were already numb. He gently stroked his feet, and his tears fell onto the stone floor in front of the bed. The moon was like a hook, gradually disappearing into the slightly gray horizon. Most of the sky above Dong Yi was still pitch black and deep blue. Only the eastern side showed the white of a fish belly. Fan Xian, who had sat by the stone door for an entire night, felt tired. He rubbed his temples and told himself not to fall asleep. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and abruptly rose. He watched as the light in the depths of the grass hut suddenly went out. He knew that Dong Yi's funeral arrangements had been made. Immediately after, he saw a scene that would be deeply engraved in his heart for many years to come. In the distance, the thin and short Siga Jian walked out of the grass hut with the support of Yun Jilan and 13th Wang, and the protection of all the disciples of the Sword Hut. Following the path of the grass hut, he walked with great difficulty, silence, and even solemnity toward the mountain behind the Sword Hut. The shadow stood behind Fan Xian and also saw this scene. He was silent and didn't speak. Faintly, he seemed to be able to see Siga Jian, at the end of his life, glance back as he was being supported up the mountain by his disciples. That glance landed on the stone door of the mountain residence. It was unknown whether he was looking at Fan Xian, who held Dong Yi's future in his hands, or his younger brother, the Shadow, who represented Dong Yi's childhood memories. Fan Xian and the Shadow stood silently at the mountain door and watched as the group advanced toward the top of the mountain. The 2 of them stood ramrod straight, perhaps to express their respect for this great grandmaster. They had to stand to send him off. Their eyes were level, and there was no other emotion mixed in. The great grandmaster's body was thin and short. With Yun Jilan and 13th Wang's support, he was almost invisible. The hemp clothing on his body floated in the morning wind. His feet, wearing straw sandals, did not touch the ground at all. The mountain behind the grass hut was not tall. It was an entire mountain from where Fan Xian and the Shadow were. It was not far. In a moment, the people of the Sword Hut had climbed to the top of the mountain. The rising sun on the eastern sea leaped out of the serene coastline and climbed up. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and watched as the first ray of light in the world passed through the surface of the sea. The private residences in Dongyi, the aura of the mortal world, and the gaps in the trees. It shone on the small mountain behind the grass hut, on the bodies of the disciples of the Dongyi sword hut, and on the face of the thin great grandmaster at the very front. A faint golden light immediately rose to the great grandmaster's face. Although he was at the end of his life, and his body was weak and small, he suddenly towered above all life. This was not the aura of sword intent. It was the feeling of this person's existence. Fan Xian glanced toward the top of the mountain. Among the crowd, he was the only one he could see. Siga stood calmly by the edge of the cliff, and allowed the warm and familiar sunlight to hit him from the other side of the sea. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and sniffed the air of Dongyi, and the aura of this place. He was silent and didn't say a word. No one knew what he was thinking. No one knew if, in the moment of his death, the history of the past and everything in the past had become a number of images in the great grandmaster's mind. Following the golden light of the rising sun, they changed endlessly in front of his eyes. The ants under the tree, the friend covered in black cloth, his brother the rain, the dead man, the burning of the manor, the sword pit, the tattered cloth and trash in the pit, his disciple, and more disciples. Another sword, a large sword, a heavenly sword. One sword swept across the world. One sword protected the mighty city. The city was not broken. The sword was not broken. Sigu Jian blinked his listless eyes, and cleanly dispelled the illusion of the rising sun. He tried his best to stand higher and see further. He wanted to see what was real. However, his legs had no strength. His gaze was also blurry. Yin Jilan and 13th Wang sensed their teacher's thoughts and quickly helped him up. Siga Jian suddenly felt his gaze become clear. He saw the Dongyi he had protected for decades. He saw the smoke rising from the chimneys in the city. He saw the busy merchants setting up the morning market. He saw the wealth flowing through the city's marketplace. He saw the people's happy smiles. In the moment of his death, he suddenly felt that he didn't want to see these things. He turned his head slightly, and saw the grass hut he had lived in for many years. Many years ago, it was actually just a broken grass hut. He had lived there for a long time, killed many people, and taught many people. He was very proud. Finally, Siga Jian saw the large tree outside Dongyi. Under the rising sun, this large tree, which had experienced countless storms on the East Sea, still grew healthily and wildly. It protected the people, travelers, merchants, and commoners who passed by under the tree. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.